The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Oops.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Here we go. How's everybody today? A wee bit late, I guess. Yep. I think everything's sort of gone smooth, but we'll see. The computer's glitching a bit with speed. But it's a cooler day than last weekend. So we'll see how it goes. Okay. Hello there, source code. I thought you were leaving. Yeah, where's that gone? There it is. So who we got out there? I got 5 people. Whoa! UFO community. They suck. Not very good supporters. But anyway, yeah, I had some guy upset that I debunked. What's that? Dorothy Izzat nonsense. You know, you can be gullible all your life if you want to be, or you can just face the truth that experts know a bit better than Stanton Freeman, who wasn't a video expert at all, or camera expert, who went there to visit her. He probably knew that she was pulling the wool over people's eyes, but to let it go probably, because she's a nice lady. Who else went there? Jack Ballet. He went no shit. Computer scientist dude. Who was all more about promoting fake stuff like the Trinity case and making money from it. And that stupid one about the boy coming across a UFO and climbing up a ladder and seeing him carving up meat in the UFO. Yeah. That's probably the only case where they've seen aliens in spacesuits carving up meat. Yeah, it sounds like a made-up story, right? So yeah, I wonders if these scientists in the UFO field lose their way or go mad or something. They start off mean and well, but then in the end they get corrupted by the money, because they enjoy researching UFOs, but they need the money to be able to live, to be able to do it, right? Most of us have to have 2 incomes, right, to fund it. James Fox is finished, so we'll be looking at some of his stuff today, but he's finished. He got finished when he tried to push that fake whistleblower. Was saying crazy stuff online. Talking about age regression and all that nonsense. Low profile, what's that mean? Have I done something wrong? Who's out there anyway? Source codes. I think that's about it. Okay, you're keeping a low profile, is that what you mean? Nothing I done. Oh well, let's get into the party mood. Good to be back. Ain't seen nothing yet. Sing along. How's the audio sound on the right levels? This thing's a wee bit lower on my end for some reason. It's not a glitch.
I don't know. It doesn't look like a glitch.
I'm dumbfounded.
And I am dumbfounded as to what it could be.
And just to set the tone for the day, I don't know if you put
my
out
name is
anything. Ken. Okay. Never lived that one down. I'm not a hoaxer. Oh yes I am. I confessed, but I didn't do it on my own channel, just in case. What's this? What we got down here? Yeah, keep in low profile. Oh, the men in black are after you, are they? Or is it the men in white overalls? Was it the men in blue? Lately in UK it's gone crazy. They clamped down on free speech. But we're not allowed to talk about that, because they also bust down their doors. Well, at least Elon's given them a load of shit. And you got to give him credit for that. I think Elon means well, but because he is a billionaire though. Well, probably a trillionaire soon. I think he's got the space stuff forever now. It's only going to make him richer and richer. So yeah, the moon thing, that can't be too far away now, can it? When were they meant to be on the moon by? Was it this year or a couple of years still? So yeah, we've got a few tabs here, but not too many today. But we'll go over some catch-ups, I guess. Catching up. Ketchup sauce. Yeah, you can see the subs have gone backwards again. As soon as I get close to going up another 10, it rolls back every time. And a few people got upset with some of my debunks last week. I think it was up to 809 on Rumble, then lost to. But I have got a few flat earthers attacking me on Rumble at the moment. There's not much you can do about those guys. They're lost. Eventually, when we're in space and everything, then they might have to come to realization that they've got conned. And the earth isn't flat. But anyway. So yeah, so we'll start with the Yeah, what was going to start with today? Let me just check. Right, I should do it on that screen. I suppose it should be white stands, but I'm not sure what order I thought I'd do it in. So I've been adding lots more shorts in there, not getting too many likes on them because not many people are watching them though. I don't think Google promotes them actually. Live show, what was on the schedule today? Ooh, I did a test run. Streaming, we're watching the stream. Will they let us have it? Not looking like it. Come on, Google. Come on, load it. YouTube. Here we go. At least I didn't autoplay. 2 likes. Oh. Okay. What was the first on the menu today? Yeah, it was White Sands. Okay. So we'll do it that. I don't think I got all the tabs in the right order still though. So yeah, so you might be able to remember this one from Hoaxer channel, UFO Mania. Well, fraud channel, promotes everything under the sun. If he could promote a flying a brick in the sky, he would. And it turned out to be a hot air balloon that looks like a brick, you know. There's many of those videos in the past. So we're talking about this one here. It's said to be a UFO test gone wrong, or a trying to fly a recovered flying saucer only to blow it to bits. So I actually analysed this. You can see there on this particular video, at least, which I found the original source on YouTube finally. Here is the original source, and it allows us, we can run filters for it, right? So I'll just go to full screen here. It looks a bit smaller than normal. What's Google up to nowadays? We didn't have all this shit down the side, did we? Is there a way to hide that? I don't know. Should be like a tab thing up here that says hide it, you know, or a little cursor. But yeah, it doesn't seem to have it, does it? I suppose we have to deal with it or do that one. Which doesn't make it bigger, does it? Just gets rid of the side stuff. Let's have a look. Is it any bigger? I don't think it is it? If it is, it's very slight. No, I don't think it's any bigger. Just gets rid of the crap on the side anyway. We'll stick with that. Mind you, does the bar get in the way? Alright, so even on this one here, when you can zoom in properly now, you can see there's a bit of a contrail happening, right? But what exactly going on? It's not exactly super crisp in focus footage either. You can notice that there. So what we can do now, okay, let's get it before it crashes. Now you notice it's got one contrail, but after it crashes it seems to have 2, so I just wonder if it, when it bounced, it created a leak in or damaged the rocket engine, because we know it's a rocket test, or actually a missile test. So if we run it through some filters, we might be able to see better detail. I think it's overexposed already. It's probably very hard to get it much better. You can see this pixelization happening in that video, right? Well, you can start to see there is a contrail happening, and it looks like it's not a UFO shape here. It looks like a pear shape that you get typically at the end of a rocket. So looking at that, I thought, oh, well, it's a bit like a plane contrail where you don't actually see the plane in front, but you see the exhaust because it expands. And it's probably a rocket in front of this, so it's only a few pixels big, bit like a plane contrail. Right, you can see it doesn't fit a normal UFO shape at all in that frame. And we're talking about a high spec, high frame rate, probably military camera, but it's a fair distance away, right? We can tell by the poor quality of pixels. From it being digitized, because normally we get better moon photos than this because it's 16K, which is a 16 millimeters or 35 millimeters, and both of those can produce 4K and even 8K quality of pixels. Anyway, we'll just let it run with that, and you can now see the contrail. You know, as soon as it hits, it starts leaking. The UFO's got a leak. You can see it's changing shape all the time. Even the zoom ups can show you it changing shape, which UFOs don't tend to do, unless they're balloons, of course. So what's exactly going on here? Well, this whole thing is actually the contrail. This is the flare that you get at the end of a rocket. You know how you get rocket launches.
Let's party.
Let's party. About time. That just means the laptop decided to charge the battery finally, because it doesn't charge it to 100% all the time. So yeah, what a missile launch, and you can see they make a lot of smoke and flames out the back of missiles. So just bring up an image for comparison. So they make all this, right? What does it look like in that video? Looks exactly like this, where you get the hot exhaust flames coming out the back, and then it forms a contrail. Alright, and the missile will be like a few pixels in front. This is actually closer, this image in HD. Here's another example being launched from a submarine. And those ones there. And of course they'll be working on missiles that don't produce so much contrail at the back, so it can't be shot down, right? You can see that one there, they're trying to limit it. There's another example of a long exposure of a rocket. But yeah, one that's distant, but probably won't get one. There's a good example of what we're seeing in that video, but they got proper color and closer up, of course. Any other good ones? Cruise missiles tend to have less, but they still have flames at the back, right? You might remember that Corbeil one where I said it has a contrail as well as ghosting. Everybody was saying it was ghosting, but it was actually a contrail there as well. So yeah, we're just looking at a typical missile launch, right? Of course, I get attacked for saying that, of course. So let's go back to it and have a look again. And play it. Okay, it looks just like and we might be able to see the rocket nose cone at the front here if we look very carefully. Yeah, I'm not sure if we can see it on the video. But most of the time the missile is invisible to us because it's small and the flame hides it pretty much. These things out in the corner, they do. Anyway, I've run it, taken some snapshots of it where I thought we could see where the missile is. So we can now go back to this one here. I'll put up some images, this frame here. Run it through the editor thing, and if you can look carefully here, even though we're down to pixel level, it looks like there's something at the front here. See that? There's the missile. And this is all the exhaust one. So it's actually hard to see because as we amp up it, we create artifacts. The compression artifacts get worse. And we get this edging effect around the outside of it. But here's the missile there. And the rest of it is the plume. You can see it's not symmetrical even to be a saucer, right? And how people can be fooled by that, I don't know. And you can see when it hit the ground, it's got some sort of leak happening. Because it was all at the back at the start of the video. And then suddenly it started creating a leak. And it was only just a matter of time before it crashed. Which it did do, right? So that's where the Skinner Brain, the poor Skinner Brain of Out There channel, does a lot better at solving these than most, what do you call it, NASA and Pentagon or Arrow employees. But anyway, and sometimes Mick West as well. He doesn't even tackle these type ones, does he? But I think that one's solved now. What do you think? What's the experts down the side that know better than me? Who's out there? We got Liz. Are you better than me at video analysis? What do you think? Did that make sense to you about it being a rocket at the very front with the little pixels and the rest of it being the flames at the back? Comparing it to other missile launches, this is where pattern recognition comes into its own, right? By getting a identical thing and matching it, this kicks in the ass, really, doesn't it? So yeah, if you like that, hit a like. I'll just update the thing here. I haven't been doing that lately. I haven't fixed the code for that either. I should be doing it anyway. So yeah, I can post a link to that one with the images if you want. So White Sands is known for testing of weapons, especially rockets and missiles. So what I first was conned by was also what everybody else was conned by until I really looked into it. There's actually just the part of the flame and contrail system from probably solid rockets, probably. They make less smoke, I believe, solid rockets to the other ones, because you're seeing how much you get from shuttle launches. In fact, when the shuttle launches, it rains every time. There's so much water vapor as a byproduct being ejected out the back with the flames, that it forms a cloud over the launch facility, and it actually forms rain clouds and it starts raining. White Sands UFO crash solved. And what's the bet? Now I've solved it, it'll be on more documentaries now, because every time I solve it, I always get the aha moment of some stupid TV producer using it to claim it's UFO when we know it's not. And they never ever put up the real thing. They never have a skeptic on to debunk it. Made sense to you? Good. I tried to keep it into lay terms so everybody can understand it, but even that's not enough sometimes. So I think you need at least a minimum IQ of about maybe 90. I think most of us are 100 plus, you know. That's because you're on the Out There channel, so you must have some intelligence. So we can now close that down. And I'll give you the link to the YouTube video too, I think, so it's documented. How long did that take to explain it? 26 minutes, you know, time flies. White Sands missile video. And of course, when it hit the ground there, it went from a cone shape at the very start of the video, but then obviously it went wrong. Maybe it already had a leak developing, and it formed a weird shape. And then it hit the ground, and then the shape got weirder and more like a deformed oval shape, right? On to the next topic. Yeah, so there's a bit of drama here. Do you know how much pain you're causing for someone who served our country? So we got this idiot Jesse Michels, hasn't got a clue. I don't even know why he's in the UFO field, but he's just making a mess of it. How old is the guy? 22 or something? He looks like a young kid. So he's calling out debunkers, Green Streak on this episode, and Paranormal Chris of all people, because they're the most vocal about the herons and the grifters in it, including the whistleblowers that haven't produced any evidence apart from more stories. So on the show here, calls them out. I've got a clip,
and on that note of people attacking David Grusch, you have a guy, I think his name is Basic Chris on Twitter, something like that. I forget his actual name because I think he's.
I'm a bit dumb and I didn't bother looking up before I come on the show.
Worthy of a mention here, but he went off on David Grusch. Well, first I did an interview with Danny Jones and I talked about PTSD that David Grusch suffered from, and I talked about a friend who was like.
Liz might know a wee bit about that, I guess. PTSD. What the men are like that suffer from it, whether they hallucinate, tell lies, I don't know. But yeah, that's sort of added another factor into the thing, right? He's suffering from something going on in his head. So how much of what he's saying can be believed, right? So it does put some doubt on it. You can't just rule it out completely.
Mortared while he was, in Afghanistan deployed. This guy was pounding the pavement on how David Grusch, how I was lying or making this up, and that David Grusch just had a friend who had committed suicide or something later, and that was the cause of his PTSD. And then somebody finally interjects. I never engage with this guy, but somebody interjects and they go, hey man, actually this did happen. He talked about 2 different friends, and he goes, "Oh, sorry."
Ah.
And it's like, dude, I mean, like, do you know how much pain you're causing to somebody who's like, served our country?
Yeah.
Do you think that's cool? Like, that's so whack.
It's the same people who said Randy Anderson was a liar because he suffered PTSD from his service in Jordan, and once he got out of the armed services, he turned to substances to deal with the pain.
Yeah.
And he got clean because he's a strong man, and he got his life back under him. But because he struggled with addiction issues, because of the horrific things he's faced in life, that means his testimony is untrue. It's the same people who say, "Oh, Dylan Borland looks nervous, so therefore he must be like neurodivergent, and therefore he's being tricked and preyed upon."
I personally don't think there's any problem with asking more questions, or if they got medical problems, it does put a wee bit of doubt on what they saw, hallucinations or whatever. So yeah, what kind of drugs were they on? All that affects sightings as well as the stories, right? If you're completely clean and normal behaving and have credibility, I don't think David Grusch has credibility at all. He went to bloody Ross Cohart to release his story, and Lou Sondo and all that, and then News Nation, a crappy news channel thing. Yeah, didn't exactly go straight to the hearings, did he? And that's like all the whistleblowers, isn't it? But anyway, Paranormal Chris is actually a military man himself. So, a military man calling out other military man, I think, is fair game. And so, Jesse Michels is an idiot. So, it's on this episode here. And who else chipped in on this one? I said, these young kids in this field are clueless, zero critical thinking, and probably zero common sense. Is truth too hard for them to accept? Why too? So yeah, I actually did mention that to start with. It was Red Panda, but someone retweeted it. I think it was Green Street. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Yeah, so everyone's pointing it out that he's a vet. F. David Grusch. Yeah, right. Was it 900 and so many days since he's come out, and there's still zero evidence from him? At least he admits he gave all those videos to Corbell, of course. Yeah. If you want to listen to this whole episode, I suppose I could post a link to it. But they talk about all sorts of things, especially the thing I'm going to talk about today. I think I might just be able to find it in the video, actually. Here it is here, I think. Yep. So I'm just going to play a clip of that, because it's leading up to what I'm doing. Where, again, they've done zero research, and God knows who they're listening to, but at least I put in the time and research and fact check everybody's claims. Jesse defends David. So you can get rid of those two. In fact, I think a few people actually replied to that, didn't they? I know, one hit a love. So I said here, Charles Hall is not credible on Tall Whites. Haven't seen Tall White Nordics. He stole the idea from myself and others, I should say, and they're gentle Gentle tools, but like a giraffe. Anyway. So let's find the bit in the video.
Example out there is Stephen Green.
Alright, here they're talking about Stephen Greenstreet. I'll just play the bit on the video because the clip loses it.
Greenstreet trying to take down David Grusch essentially by saying he struggled with PTSD multiple times after being in theater and experiencing the horrors of war, and trying to say that he's not a credible witness because he has suffered from PTSD, and that backfires, and that sort of stuff does not work out very well.
It's so bad. And like, guys, I think he was like had a contract with the DOE or something at some point.
Greenstreet
Or
has
he had a contract
self-admitted,
with the DOD.
I think Department of State, where he said himself he was doing soft propaganda videos for like foreign nationals, trying to get them interested in basically U.S. patriotism and nationalism.
So yeah, that's a little weird, and he's constantly trying to provoke a reaction. I think,
that's not correct. Stephen Greenstreet's pointing out the friggin' truth. From what I've seen, although he's not always right, at least he's a wee bit more honest than these guys are. Anyway, let's find. Has he got any chapters? Let's have a look. Someone with chapters. How about that? Doesn't have much in them like me. I put lots of words in it so it's able to be searched. Legacy programs, pyramid of contractors, whistleblowers in leaks, modern majestic 12, naval secrecy, individuals in the shadows, call to action. Conflict of interest. The alien reproduction vehicle. Let's see. Evidence. I wonder where the whole stuff is. Roswell. Atomic Energy Agreement. UFO crash stats. I don't see mention of Hall yet, so he maybe hasn't done a chapter for it. Credibility of testimonials, it could be under any of those. Skepticism. Yeah, I don't see Hall mentioned. I wonder what it would be under. Could be under whistleblower. Could be under skeptics. I would try the skeptics one. Where was it? Conflict of interest. I might search the transcript. Just to see, just go there, see what they're saying there.
These legacy programs. Well, I'm familiar with an ex-Air Force lieutenant colonel out there who claims to have run a program that was focused on testing alien reproduction vehicles and derivative technology. This guy was an electronics warfare group director. He claimed to serve as the intermediary between test pilots on the ARV and contractors and scientists and so forth.
Wow. And this was at Edwards?
Yes.
412th Test Division.
412 Test Wing, yeah.
Test Wing.
The Edwards 412 Test Wing also...
Anyone could say that, you know, but Bob Lazar type story, isn't it? Individuals in the shadows. Conflict of interest.
Ari K. Sturtevant. This is a name that it was never really floated around. I made a tweet about this, begging Chris Mellon to give some information on her, to which he has.
So these young guys, testimony from inside. Press receival. Aliens. Whistleblower testimonies. Underground. Could be under these ones. Let's have a look. Underground. That's where the aliens, the tall whites, were meant to be operating, right? Carving up humans and whatnot.
Train system. This is a very real thing. I think the biggest question is there a network of maglev trains or similar things connecting such installations? And I would say that there's a very strong argument that can be made. Early on, there were...
Well, according to Earl Grey, if you interviewed someone that had a mother that worked in an underground place, would be the best source of information, I would have thought, but it's too late now, he's dead. But yeah, they talked about using golf carts. And she didn't say it was connected to other parts underground at all. But that was back in 1950s. So could they have dug more tunnels? Sure. But how many times did you visit underground? Who knows? And it could have been like 10-year gaps. Who knows, you know?
Were possible pneumatic systems that were thought to be implemented in Nazi Germany under the Todt organization that would connect Berlin to France and have a pneumatic train system that would connect the two in like 5 minutes. There's the 1972 Rand
so sort of guesswork, you know. It makes sense that they would have probably, if they're connecting bases underground, that they'd have some sort of tunnel system with electronic doors that shut just to seal off between bases, because if one gets overtaken, then all the others are going to get overtaken. And of course, then you've got to have power to drive all that. So you need a nuclear power plant somewhere to drive it. Yeah, still didn't find anything about Mr. Hall, but it is here, and I'm going to use the second approach here to find it. Transcript. I forgot one. Should normally have one. There we go. Taking forever to load it though. Come on, Google, you can do it. Do it, yes. Control F for search or find. And type in Charles. See if that comes up. Ah, there we go. It's 2 hours and 43 minutes in. So, there's 1 of 6 references, so 243. Okay, we weren't far off on the end there, actually. Should have just kept on going, but anyway, we'll just click there. Maybe slightly back and play from there.
I'm trying to parse things into, like, if they have testimony. I mean, one of them that's just kind of hard to even buy into, just because he's so matter of fact, is Charles Hall.
Yeah,
but that's also partly because it can be difficult to listen to like the droning on
sure, yeah,
about stuff for hours.
You weren't there, but no, yeah, that's
top 4. Beatrice as well is up there.
Okay,
Beatrice, because you know hers is so scientifically backed, and her research.
So top 4,
yes,
as far as her testimony,
excellent.
Yeah, she's amazing.
Gosh, I'm trying to think who else. Of course, I'm also super partial to Randy, just because I know Randy as a human and I like him very much.
Yep.
I'm very partial to Graham Hancock, just because I like his work outside of the space.
Yeah, I love Graham.
a classic. It's not an interview. The T. Townsend Brown.
Oh yeah,
It's a classic.
That's I'm as high conviction as anything on that stuff. I love that.
That guy doesn't even move his lips. He's got his teeth permanently flexed to a smile. Creepy.
Let me see. Kirk. Oh, yeah. Okay. Because he bullied you, Stephen Greer. I completely. That's a great episode. It's interesting that he bullied you.
But so the weird,
I had Stephen Greer on. I'm so stupid promoting that idiot. No one should have Stephen Greer on. He's on friggin' third phase of the moon. There should be no reason to host this liar of a guy anymore. That fakes talking to alien beings, which are photoshopped aliens and trees in the desert.
thing with anybody, there are very few people. I think you're making this point, kind of, who are like.
This guy kind of reminds me of like Tyler Klockner after he's been on drugs for the day, doesn't he? He's all over the place.
Fully full of shit, because even Greer has all sorts of personality issues, you know, and like he's so much ego and
he's
like
so much like Tyler Klockner. Ain't funny, eh?
Want to be stuck in an elevator with that guy? No, I wouldn't. But you can't throw the baby out.
Anyway, let's find out the whole stuff, and I don't listen to that friggin' Greer. 43 gang. What's the next one? 45. What are we up to now? Let's go back there.
Okay, lowest credibility side of first-hand witness encounters right now for me is probably Charles Hall, just because it's hard for me to sit through and parse that story.
Yeah, that was a tough one. I mean, I sat through, you know, that was even longer than we discussed, but I wanted to make it digestible for the audience, and it was I was like, this is so like. He would just go on. I mean, at one point he goes, and I hurt my knee, and then the tall whites flew me from Area 51 to Area 52, and then Area 53, and I was like, you got hurt, your knee got hurt, and it was used to like a hell evacuate you out of like the range you were at.
After I thought
Yeah, this guy's full of bullshit. Anyway, we'll get into him.
broken my kneecap and then it healed up, there was the next morning when they came down to get me and take me up to their base up at Area 54, 53 to see if I needed a surgery on my knee.
And was this the tall whites?
Yeah, and when I got up there, the American generals were there and medical people were up there too, and I didn't.
Yeah, so that's body language of a liar right there, right? Looking this way all the time, looking down.
I just bruised it.
Maybe it's similar to like a Jason Sands type story where there's an initial exposure that's interesting, that there's something there, and then they just continue to expand on it to where the story kind of gets out of control.
Well, I don't think you can easily, I mean, because there are also people online saying like he faked
everything. And this guy here doesn't believe it.
He was not in the Air Force.
Right.
BS.
Yeah.
He wasn't in the Air Force, and I have you have his DD-214, you have certificates and stuff. Like, he was definitely in the Air Force. And I think...
that's not true. So, yeah. People have done searches on the records, and there is no DD-114. So, yeah. Where is it? Okay, let's just check that out, because according to AI, it wasn't around. T114, was it? Is that what he was saying it was? I thought it was D114, but maybe I misread it. Military records. Yeah, what's that coming up there? Was it? Oh no, 114 records. That's New Zealand. US. DD 2114. What was he saying? Okay, let's see. Because we want to be sure on this.
I think he was a weather observer, and I think he was based at Area 51.
Yeah.
It's DD-214. You have certificates and stuff.
All
Like
right,
he was definitely in the Air Force.
DD-214.
And I think he was a weather.
All right. Let's just go through the process here. Was that ever found for Charles J. Hall? Okay, so let's just go AI mode so you can go scraping. There's no official public record of... right, that's not what I had searched, is it? I didn't change it, did I? DD. How about DD-2140? Discharge that would confirm military service. While his service is widely accepted as fact by those who follow his work, the physical document is not a matter of public record for several reasons. Privacy restriction under US law. Vietnam's full official military personal file, which includes DD-140, is only available to the veteran themselves. So he hasn't produced it then in that case. Service confirmation based on biographics and his statements. Hall would reflect his enlistment in the US Air Force and his honorable discharge, but hasn't produced it. Weather observation role. His records would confirm his duty as a weather observer. Yep. Awards do not typically include fictionalized or highly classified project names like... And it's got mixed up there because I had that wrong at the start. So... No scanned image of DD-214 online of horse. And no. A scan of Charles DD or discharge form is not publicly available online. Yeah, but did he show this online himself? Is not publicly scanned of his DT online. Well, he has shared extensive personal details, or anyone can make that up. Military career across his million hospitality books and numerous interests. He has never released a physical image. Alright. Has any investigator, I think there was a Paola, whatever her name is, Paola, what was her last name? Has any investigator claimed to have seen his DD-214? Mind you, it doesn't mean it's not a fabrication, right? It doesn't mean it wasn't photoshopped. We know investigators get fooled quite easily. Well, there's no public scan of Charles. Some investigators and researchers claim to have seen or verified his server record. Doesn't mean it's shit. Michael Sallas! No one believes Michael Sallas. That guy just is worst shill of all from Australia. Prominent exopolitics researcher. He's no researcher. He's the guy that's saying that there was trees on Mars when it was actually just what was it? Black what do you call it, like a permafrost thawing out and running down the slopes of the dunes. Dry ice, like his frequent cited Hall's military background as records in recent discussions as of 2025. Whistleblowers like JP established a precedent for verifying surface while protecting sensitive data. Sallas maintains that Hall's testimony is bolstered by his verified role as a weather observer at Sallas. Yeah, but there's no proof of that because his records are not searchable. Independent witness Sallas has noted at least 3 independent witnesses had come forward to confirm portions of Hall's testimony regarding his time at Sallas. So why is it not searchable in the database then? There we go. Paola Harris. That's it. Paola Harris. Investigative journalist. And of course, she's been caught out fabricating false stories as well, like the Trinity case. So she's not trustworthy. Investigative journalist Paola Harris has interviewed Hall extensively while she focuses on narrative the tall whites who work is built on the premise that military background, especially his stationary at the gunnery ranges at Nevada, is a matter of documented record. Although it's not public. Public verification researchers often point to the fact that Hall's basic enlistment and discharges dates 2064 to 68 are consistent with standard Air Force records for the era, even if the physical is not publicly website. Redacted copy provided by Hall. Any seen by this would likely be a redacted copy provided by Hall himself, and original contents private data like social security number that would not be shared publicly. Yeah, so they should have photocopied it, blanked out any dangerous information and shared it to the web. So why wasn't it done? Because it's lies. So anyone can Photoshop and make up fake documents. How easy would it to fake a DD214? Let's see what it comes back with on that one. So the two people that have cited it are the least credible in ufology, Paola and Michels Sallas. Well, it's physically easy to create a convincing looking fake using modern PDF editors. Extremely difficult to pass one as authentic under professional or legal scrutiny. Yeah, but these guys are not professionals. If you get caught out in fake UFO cases that was so obviously fake, then they can't be trusted. It wasn't given to MUFON, it wasn't given to document experts on MUFON. There's going to be a few on there. Red flags. Font, yeah, we know about the MJ12, how they debunk those ones with the font and stuff, but anyway, but it turns out this website here, verification of military service, goes in quite big depth. I might just plug that into. I've actually done this on Grok, so I'll go over the Grok version in a minute. This web page says they tried a record search with his forget about the typo, and came back. It'll probably turn out he'll say that it's not his real name or something. 0. My focus is being taken away. Oh shit. Claims that the record search for Charles Hall using the date return series. According to the response, used fictionalized names in his. There you go. Millennium Hospitality serves to protect identities. More information is available on. So, does that mean even his name now is wrong? Doesn't really scream trustworthiness, does it? Credibleness, if that's the case. But it does not necessarily mean the name Charles Hall is fake. Instead, it highlights common obstacles when searching. The names, fictionalized names. Still coming up with DT114. This is the problem with AI, it just won't let things go. Search database. NPRC. There is no fully searchable by public online, and an official search rather makes miss files that are only accessible through a formal standard form, which requires Vietnam's authentication. Yeah, so if he hasn't got anything hidden, he should give permission to do the search, shouldn't he? It's the same born. So he's saying he's using the same details all the time. So here it's trying to say archival gaps or privacy restrictions rather than the name itself being an alias. Hall has never claimed Charles Hall is a pen name, though he admits changing almost all other names. Yeah, you just can't trust anyone like that, can you? See, there's just too many red flags in that just alone, right? And this, we got now Jesse saying, oh, it's all true. It's all been verified by 2 UFO Michels, Paola and Sallas. Anyway, I don't trust the Gemini one, because if we go back to it another day, it changes its story and says, yeah, since it didn't come back searchable, blah blah blah. But Grok seems to be a wee bit better at consuming information and following all the links. I find Gemini seems to have a democratic name, not a name, a democratic thinking, where if I start talking to whites here and all that, what happens is instead of it, my searches showing up here in the list, this one vanishes because it sees tall whites as being racist or whatever, you know, politically decisive devices or device, what do you call it, division. So yeah, what else can we ask it here? Do you think Hall is a liar. Now, being a democratic robot is probably going to say no. Because they're all liars. Here we go. And the bloody scumbags, cheaters. There we go. Because AI. Arguments for credibility, consistency. Who has maintained a high, detailed, and consistent narrative across multiple books and interviews. Specific knowledge. Those familiar with Nevada Desert and Nellis Air Force Base. Note descriptions of geographic weather patterns and mundane daily routines of the 1960s. Himself labels his books as fictional. Science fiction. Oh, that then throws a damper on things, doesn't it? So yeah, the Tall White Story is fiction. So he even says, that sounds like Corey Good, doesn't it? Now he's saying, oh, I wasn't actually in space, it was my what do you call it, you know, out of body going into outer space, what do you call that? So he's even says his books, stories not real. Let's put it in lay terms. Maintains that his books are true accounts based on his real life. However, the way he preceded them has led to confusion about whether they are a fiction or fact. Who originally wrote experiences as memoirs for his family, but his wife Mary convinced him to publish them. They were edited to read like a novel to make them accessible to everyone. Fictionalized details to protect himself and others. Hall used pseudonyms and changed certain specific details. For instance, in the books he referred to himself as Charles Baker and calls Indian Springs Harvey Wells. Duh. So why is he now using Charles Hall's? Right? Wouldn't you just do a second edition of the books and get rid of the stupid names and actually put in the real names? Legal disclaimer. The books often contain a standard work of fiction disclaimer at the beginning. Normally you say this is a true story, but some of the names may have been changed like they do on TV shows. You don't say it's fictional. How would you do that though? If you wanted to say if something that you heard is maybe fiction, you could say that. And have a little star in the column of the book that the star refers to. This could be inaccurate or whatever. I don't know. The whole thing is just way off. It just feels really bad. Even his military records there. It just has to show the DDD 1214 and not just produce photos and stuff like he has on that other webpage, which I'll go through now. So Jesse, what's he had to say here?
Weather observer, and I think he was based at Area 51.
Yeah,
and then
I think he was too.
And then beyond that, yeah.
Yeah,
like,
but there's no records for it. So that's the whole problem. It's only what those two investigators claim, he said.
Hard for me to believe he was like hanging out with these beings
Right.
for as long. But I mean, then there's clearly he's very neurodivergent.
Yeah.
You know, clearly. So it's tough. It's tough. You know, my point being, I would agree with you on that, but it's also pretty hard to definitively write him off.
Right.
Also, it's
Yeah.
like, you know, and there are people online trying to do that. And I'm like, you can't do that
You mean
either. You
me?
have to contend with the, you
Yeah.
know,
It's just
they seem a little beyond belief to me. But
yeah. What's frustrating is if he had encounters with beings
Yeah.
on Area 51, and that was the extent of it, right? Maybe something like Corso said in his manuscript, where he encountered a trapped being who said, "Hey, lower the radar so we can get out of here." That'd be more believable. But when I know the beings, I hung out with them, they flew me
Yeah.
around. That's
Yeah.
when it starts to
he had
get
names for all of them, the teacher and
Yeah,
the
that-
arranged for Harry.
like who knows? Maybe he was exposed to them and just kind of got carried away.
Well, you mentioned Sherman as one of the top ones. Sherman to me couldn't have been more of the kind of opposite vibe of Charles Hall. Charles Hall was like too detailed. Like
Yeah.
he had an answer for everything.
Yeah.
I asked him random stuff about, from physics to like their communication patterns.
Yeah, you'd have to say, yeah, I don't know, or I wasn't told anything about that. You don't have an answer for everything, right? So that's a red flag.
Their dialect, like everything, the books they read books apparently, they read, like
No,
all
no,
these
he's-
things.
Not only that, he comes up with a theory how UFOs work, but the aliens wouldn't tell him how they worked. So he just observed and made up his own theory on it all. I'll get into that in a minute. Anyway, enough of these two clowns. So let's go through here. So that's what he looks like at the moment. I was recently contacted by a colleague who asked if I would investigate the military service claims of Charles James Hall. So we know all about the tall white aliens, which he said they're dangerous. Which I think he's just corrupted the other good sightings that other people had, because they had the sightings before he came out with his information, right? So he just stole the idea of the tall blonde Nordics, right? I enlisted in USAF in July 1964, blah blah, basic training. Texas, I was trained as a UAS weather observer. Hall does not name the weather squadron he was assigned. Why not? In late March or early April of 65, I was assigned to the weather squadron stationed at Nellis. So if it's got a name, why don't you just use a name? Air Force Base at Las Vegas, Nevada. I was stationed at Nellis Air Force Base from early spring of 65. Hall claims temporary assignment duty tab to range sites at Indiana Springs, Nevada. Well, I was permanently stationed at Nellis Air Force Base, Nevada. I was assigned to several temporary tours of duty as the duty weather observer for Nellis Gunnery Range that are located at Indiana Springs, Nevada. In an undated, unattributed Using Count article titled Disclose This, Part 3, Tall White Aliens in Vegas, the Charles Hall Experience. The weather describes Hall, the writer describes Hall and his story as follows. This is certainly the most underreported story you have ever heard of. All the people, and they are not many, who have researched this case. You have two of them. And interviewed Charles Hall, come away with an extremely positive impression. Yeah, Jesse Michels doesn't seem to be very positive to his sincerity togetherness. He's a likeable person, our gentleman, old school. You mean like Tyler Clongner? Everybody thinks he's nice, kind country boy. When you debunk him though, he becomes a nasty person. A soft-spoken family man. And nuclear physicist. Yes, that's right. He's got lots of qualifications, which again haven't been proven either. He hasn't, a bit like me, I've actually photocopied the qualifications and put them up on a video. He hasn't even done that much. So there's no proof of his qualifications whatsoever. He's another Bob Lazar, right? There is not one hint of Charles James being a cleverly distinguished genius, writer, hoaxer who just happens to not have the knack to become a millionaire with this story. You mean like Tyler? He got millions of dollars. He's obviously a bit more smarter then. Simply because every alien movie that this author is aware of pals against the tall whites in Vegas. Originally written as a fictional account and with changed names and locations to protect himself and those who had served in the Air Force. Charles Hall later made clear that his series of 4 books, Millennial Hospitality, is as close to a documentary as possible. So he was hoping to make lots of money out of it. So that's a good question. Yeah, we don't want that one open. What is the estimate income haul? Well, 4 books. If it's 4 books, let's say probably 100,000 to 200,000 bought each. So that's probably at $10 to $20 US a book. So what's that work out? About $1 million a book. At which he probably only gets 1/3 of that, or 1/4 of that. So he's probably made $1 million, right? What's the massive income of Halls from his wares? Is that how you spell it? I guess. I don't know. There's no public record. Of course there isn't. Net worth. I'm telling you, estimate. That's why I asked for an estimate. I probably derived from the sale of his 6. Oh, he's got 6 books. Estimates of his financial family standing for his creative work include book sales. His books retailed for approximately $6 to $9 for Kindle editions. Yeah, that's normally cheaper, and between $20 and $36. So that's a lot dearer than I thought for paperback. Given thousands of reviews across major platforms, his total books slightly number in the... You should be able to find that out publicly, shouldn't you? Should number in the tens of thousands, which would generally... Tens of thousands seems like a low order there. But not wealthy royalty income for self-published speaking and appearances. Yeah, we know that can be make a lot of money, especially if it's at a conference like Contact in the Desert. A few hundred to a few $1,000s per major appearance. Honourable discharge, like when you see, is a standard military pension. Oh, does he? But not if he wasn't in the military. Financial records. belong to corporate executives with similar names. J. Ho, who was an executive at HCA Healthcare, as a network exceeded 98 million. But this is a completely different individual. Why even include it? So yeah, so he didn't actually tell us in that at all. So how much for books of sold 100,000 paperback? Total income would be estimated 600,000. We have it self-published. Is that per book or all books? Is that one book? 600k. It depends on whether that 600 copy milestone refers to a single book. Exactly. That's what I'm asking, you stupid AI. So let's say if he sold 6 books at 100,000, that's got to be 6 times 500,000. So he must have made like 3. He must have made as much as security. Is that not $3 million? He must have made $3 million just from books. I can't believe we can't find out the details of how many books sold. Why aren't book sales public? Privacy. Competitors. Private companies. I thought Amazon told how many sold, or could be worked out by ranking. Set lifetime sales figures for books. Well, you can use the bestseller rank to estimate current sales. So that to me is stupid. So yeah, too much stuff is hidden. I suppose tax records. We need his tax records. Anyway, going back to this. It's going to take a wee while to go through this. A documentary was eventually produced and directed by Michels in 2020 for Amazon Prime, Walking with Tall Whites. I might have to dig that one up, see if I can find it. Documentary. That's the first time I've heard about it. Probably be total garbage. I probably started watching it and turned it off. Rumble. Looks like it might be on Rumble, is it? Tall Whites. I'll post a link to this anyway so you guys can go and check it out. Let's have a look. So why is it on Rumble? That means he's not making any money from it. Where's it gone? Oh, there, was it? Two years ago. This is a story based on the book series. So that bullshit at the beginning.
Out north, and next to Saigon. And the night before I got there, the communists had attacked the air base had been.
So this is a documentary where it shows some paperwork that they're talking about.
Lounge, and when she got just close to the edge of the corner, she put both feet together and jumped like a base runner running for second base.
Talking about a tall white girl.
And we got
Alright, there's some military.
Strange things would happen. Like, I'd go to bed at, say, 9 o'clock at night, and then one night I found myself waking up. So as I hurried down the center aisle toward the latrines in the middle, there was this cubicle off to my right, and so as I was
He kind of talks like a robot.
relieving myself, it seemed
And he's blinking a lot. Normally blinking shows that they're lying, normally, isn't it?
like there was a white lady standing in the first cubicle with some type of white squarish weapon in her hands, standing there like this, up against the bunk, between the bunk and the partition, and I didn't want to
So that's rote memory. He's just reading it off from what he's told other people.
look at her in the mirror. And so as I was walking past the entrance to the cubicle, she was standing there like that, and she looked really afraid
And he's also looking over this way.
of me, ready to fire on me. And I was so shocked, I couldn't think of anything but just keep
Telling a story, looking this way.
walking. For a dream, this was I was becoming terrified. It was sinking in. I decided that the safest thing I could do, and I was to go back to bed and go back to sleep.
This guy's lying.
In the background, only much, much thicker and much.
So his eyes closed, you can't see anything there.
To go and look around the Range 3 lounge, he would be behind me. So I decided for my own safety to just stop there and rest my arms on my
Rote memory.
Springs base. He wanted to show them the aircraft repair hang.
I haven't seen any memory recall. Memory recall's up here, mate. This rote memory. He's memorized the story so he doesn't even have to think about it. Just run off top of his head, his tongue.
Harry was. One of the first attempts was.
So he's not even looking over here for memory recall. He's got it memorized.
I was out at Range 3 one morning, and I was tracking the balloon through my theodolite, and I felt totally alone. I'd taken the reading, and as I was turning to the left to write on my form my reading measurements.
He looked down there because he's saying to his left, so we know that's definitely his left. And then he looks right, which we know eye movement when it looks right is making up the story, right?
This tall white lady in a suit, not touching me, but virtually leaned over my shoulder to look through the theodolite to see what I was looking at, with a pleasant smile on her face. Now, I'm right here. I think I'm alone. I've had no warning. I haven't heard anything. And when I turn, and she's right there, Well, I didn't jump in fear because I had long since.
Yeah, he's a storyteller, right? Isn't it? It doesn't come across credible body language. It's too stiff. It's so matter of fact. And he's using the left and right to disguise his eye movements, with the hands, saying, oh, she's on the right, they're down on the left.
tall white generals, they now had this problem. How do you get Charlie to just sit there and be thanked, right? I'm ordered to take the
Yeah, I don't know if we can do much on that one.
lying to Southerners, and he just stood there, and he saw immediately that they were real, and he just stood there, and the teacher got up.
I can't see any memory recall, but it looks like he's looking over here, making up a story,
Slowly,
right?
and then with her hands motioned the children to take off running. And then after they had gone, then she smiled at him, and then she took off running. And
I don't think I could actually listen to this. I probably did see this and probably switched off.
never has to be told that there are extraterrestrials with the tall white generals.
Alright, what's this one? Ooh, loud music. Gang looking straight ahead.
The pilot of the craft, when he's chasing them, he doesn't have a prayer of catching them because they're able to accelerate too fast. Okay? It means that their scout craft would undoubtedly be running.
Come on, we just saw his face. Why don't we get to see it again?
So I think of that. Had not yet evolved.
Oh, that's terrible. Let's go back.
I was never part of any of those programs. I was the weather observer. But, for example, the night
Go on, keep it straight on his face, you stupid
the
cameraman.
deep spacecraft that had
But he's not looking up here either.
damage, which appeared to me to be meteor damage the night it came in, it was obvious that one of the things they were going to need.
Send him to the body language guys, see what they think of him. Anyway, you can get that from the link when I share it in a minute. So what was this here? One of the certificates from that movie. Charles J. Hall has completed for active duty in the United States Air Force. Now that would be easy to fake, wouldn't it? What if we could get rid of the access to the original document? No, that wouldn't be available. I could run it through some image checks. Looks like it's this type of font though. But it's all capitals here. And we got no capital T to compare it against, so we got no capital C or H to compare it to, or L. Has been accepted, no capitals there to compare it against. And then we got the bigger font here. So it makes it very hard to verify it. And it's got a different font up there. And would it be all capitals on there? Let's see. What was it called? The certificate. Do certificates. For basic training, all in capitals. Let's say some bonus events might well use all capital letters. Historically and officially, records from 1960s when Charles Hall served followed a Pacific format. Basic training student, mixed case, has showing most useful Air Force training students for 19 used combination of all caps for titles and a standard mixed case first letter for the name, and that was all capitals. Style and names, Gothic here, letter Gothic. Which could be set all caps or mixed caps depending on the unit's clerical standards at the time. Well, that frozen. That's what it's called. Was that what you call discharge papers? Let's have a look. What's that called? Certificate, is it? Horrible font. Is that that's script, hand script, isn't it? Of what's that say there? It's hard to read. Conclusion? No. What's it say? Certificate. United States Air Force. Let's see, document. Anything underneath it? No. What do these guys think? What does that say? The font. It's always different on the certificate, so I have a poll there from medals I received that wasn't a certificate for finishing basic training, just showing he was accepted for entitlement. Enlightenment. Enlistment, not. Alright, I wonder what you're talking about there. They do even. Do they even have pictures of him in uniform? Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. The font is always different on the certificates. Yeah, I'm talking about the name. Should it be all caps? But yeah, the fonts are all different. The header's different to the rest of it, and then the bottom bit's different. So it's different. 3 different fonts used, yes. But is the name capitalized like this? Because normally capitalized is a bit rude, isn't it? I don't think mine all capitalized. I'd have to have a look again. But yeah, what's that say there? Enlistment, does it? Certificate of enlistment. Okay. And accepted for active duty. Alright, it means going in, not exit, right? Okay, so we need to put that certificate of enlistment. Names, all in capital. I suppose we need examples, really. It is on certificate of enlistment. Last comma first name. Well, that's talking about the DD form, though. We're not talking about DD. Enlistment records. Oh, right, they call it a DD form 4, so it's DD4, I guess. These legal and stated names here are all caps. Okay, I reckon it's caps. So I thought maybe that was a possible error there, but unfortunately it doesn't look like it. It just looks ugly though. But the DD4 says last name first, then middle. all capital letters in the format, but it is not. So that's got to be a red flag, surely. Don't you agree? Charles J. Hall. So according to what that's saying, it should be Hall, comma, Charles, and then his full name, not initial. Okay, let's see if we can find it. Find any online. Certificate. This is how we do research, by the way, and figure out stuff. Enlistment. Examples. USA. Let's go through it here again. What images? Okay. We probably have to go for a 1960s one. So what's that one say there? We got some, but they're just too small to damn read. Okay, we need to probably put in US Air Force 960. Well, 64. Okay. They all look different too. Okay. Which one looks like his one? God almighty, they don't make it easy, do they? Good conduct. No. I thought that looked like it was close. This discharge one. So we'll have to say it differently here. Let's say a DD4. Maybe it's not called 4. Okay, let's put the word form in. Oh god, they look like forms here, not certificates. So that could be where the confusion is. These forms might have it capitalized, not the certificates. Military records. Martin Matthew Jacobson. Has got a comma between names on that one. But that's recognition. And it is in all capitals there. So capitals, it seems, is correct. But last one didn't look like it was last name first, did it? So I don't know, it's all confusing. No wonder people get fed up trying to background check people. So there's a DD form that we want something like that from the guy. Discharge. Holy moly. No, not going to make it easy. They're not even good enough to read, are they? DD21, even though I said that. Let's just try that. So we've got a training. Can't even read that one. I want to see the name. Looks like it's lowercase there though. That one, can we see the name on it? Is that his name there or what? Again, it's all blurry mess, isn't it? Can we get a higher quality? Yeah, it's frustrating. Okay. What's that say there, you reckon? Has been awarded. So that must be the name there. Can we see the name? It's just a blurry mess. Looks like there's commas. And it looks like it's upper and lower case to me. So, yeah. Well, I don't think it's going to be a simple solution. Okay, we've got one here. The training. This has been certified. That, and then it's got the name here. This is unreadable, gang. Da. Seems like a long name. Does it look like it's all uppercase here though? It doesn't, does it? Even if it's blurry. It's hard to tell on that one. How about this one? Again, it's hopeless. There must be one that's clear. Come on, there must be someone that's proud to have their name shown. That looks like lowercase on that one. United States Air Force. Again, it doesn't look like it's all capitals there, does it? And is that a comma at the start? So it's last and first name. I don't know. We tried, but we can't always win. So any more here? Rank and name, yes. So that long one must be rank and name. They don't do last name first. I think they're all capped mine. Okay, if you're sure. Okay, we thought we could get him on that one, but we can't. It always helps when you got military people in the audience, doesn't it? So that's meant to be him. Boot Camp Photo 64. I guess it does look like him. He's got the same type of eyes, hasn't he? And I'm not sure what's happening here with the hairstyle. That's meant to be him in the middle there. So these guys here, if they could be tracked down, they could verify that he actually is in the military. And this is not a Photoshop. It's pretty good Photoshop. Is it the same guy though? Certainly got a strange hairstyle. What the hell is that? This got a piece of long hair and put it along the front. It's kind of weird. Well, the shadow is consistent here. So we're still not sure whether he's been in the Air Force or not. He could have been, but some of it's been embellished, like serving in Vietnam. But anyway, we'll just keep on going. In his first 12 minutes of document 12 details his service in Vietnam, beginning in 1967. His first 3 photos show Hall in combat utility uniform wearing the rank of Airman Sergeant. He is armed with a CAR-15 service rifle, where all US Weather of Service issued a CAR-15 and 2 pouches of 620 round magazines. I don't know. So that normally guns and ammo is locked up, isn't it? Unless you really need them, like in like a gun safe, I would have thought. Especially if it's in America. Unless he was doing... And then it would be issued out when they were meant to be doing guard duty at the gate or whatever. That's how I would have thought it would be done. Unless they're in an active war zone, which they'd have that next to their bed or underneath the bed. I don't know. Did you have weapons on you? Sleep under the bed where you slept in camps? I don't know. Military people out there. Do military sleep rifles on US air bases? Let's see. Heavily on whether they are in garrison, normal routine duty, or deployed field environment. Generally, no. When in barracks on standard US air base, weapons are strictly secured in a unit armory. That's what I would have thought. They're checked out only for training, guard duty. Mind you, there in that picture, he looks like he was doing guard duty. So that would probably be correct then in that case. But is that in Vietnam? I guess it is. The heading was for Vietnam, and he's got a CAR-15, which stands for what? I don't know. Type of rifle. A medal with bronze star. Where's that? Has he got a bronze star there? Do you wear the bronze star medals on normal uniform day? It says awarded there, so it's not on his uniform, so no, that can't be correct. Okay, what's it saying here? The images in the documentary also appear to show permanent buildings with power lines and poles extending for hundreds of yards, as well as outdoor lighting. What is the sign on the bottom right of the photo? So we got power lines and lamps, yep. So I asked Grok about that, and they said, yes, permanent bases do have that set up, but military bases like in Vietnam, especially near the front line, never had them set up. Obviously, they had more tents than permanent buildings assigned as well, so they wouldn't have had power cables like this. So if this was in Nevada, then you could say, yeah, that looks legit for that time period, but not North Korea. When he was sent to, it says here somewhere. Is that the same helmet? Looks like the same helmet. Same helmet. Thing on the end. Sandbags. So I run this through the editor. Enhanced it a wee bit. Here somewhere. I'll just bring it up. So that was the original, and it's a bit hard to read. If we go to the next one, why is that not working now? Look how blurry it is, right? And then I enhanced it, which is that one there. And to me, it looks like it says defense. Looks like DEFENSE. And I thought that was IN. B OU, and I think that looked like an N. So defense inbound 2.
At source code 01 donated £10 through super chat. _Mr. Gray.
Thanks, mate. Haven't got bored yet, have you? Investigating with Paul, live debunk. So, yeah. So it's kind of strange name to have on a sign, isn't it? So it'll be defense something, inbound 2 underneath it. And it looks like it's misaligned, doesn't it? Let's just bring it up here. Original photograph. That's really washed out, really blurry. It does look like permanent buildings everywhere. Don't look like tents. Looks like power pole. Looks like he's got a bayonet or a knife in his hand. What's that? Ammo packs around his waist, is it? Sandbags and a sign that looks like it's got a tree behind it that they've nailed it to. There's like one of the branches in front of it there. Doesn't look like it's been added to the photo. So defense would come up to here. Inbound 2. So I reckon it says defense inbound 2 on that sign. I reckon the sign probably ends about there. But according to AI, there's no such signposts at these bases, anything like that. That looks like a guard post there, doesn't it? Like a entrance, doesn't it? Inbound to defense HQ maybe on the end. Defense HQ inbound 2 or defense. That means it had to be a longer sign. Then that word underneath would be inbound something else then. And then the 2 doesn't sort of line up. The sign can't be much bigger, because the 2 would be symmetrical, so that means it's got to come out to about the end there. Looks like defense. Defense would be that there. Inbound would be there. So it would make defense, it has to be defense inbound too. I can't see it being anything else. It's kind of strange. Weird, and looks like it could say defense bunker to me. Bunker? Okay, yeah, that's possible. But was it actually called the defense bunker? Bunker 2. That's the original one. I don't know. I can't see a K. Bunk. That was a B, U, N. There would have to be a K here. Okay, let's just ask AI if the defense bunker would make sense. So when we're asking, no. Okay. What guard station in Vietnam have a sign in front of sandbags called defense bunker 2. See what it comes back with. Okay. What's it saying? Verification of Vietnam War era military practice indicates that while perimeter security was highly structured, a sign labeled Defense Bunker Type 2 would be unusual for a standard guard station. Standard name and destinations, not signs. So could it be a destination? In a technical environment, bunkers were typically designated by numbers or letters. Bunker 2, yeah. Bunker B. However, these were usually technical call signs or internal map reference rather than external signs displaying formal names. Many bunkers were named formally by the troops who occupied them. Holy Hay Hole Hotel Canberra. Okay, so they had friendly names for them. Placing a prominent sign like Defense Bunker 2 in front of a fortified position could provide useful intelligence to enemy. True. So, does that mean in that case, because I think you might be right, I think it might be Bunker 2. Let's have a look at the enhanced one again. Could it be bunker? Could be B-U-N B-U-N I don't know. It's a bit hard to be 100% sure. So, this is part of the question and I was asking AI about. I actually asked AI if that could be Photoshop. They said yes, it could be. I said, was there any places in America where at the time of the war where you could stand in front of something and get your photograph taken. You bet like those seaside beach fronts where you put your head through the things, or you can stand and you can dressed up as old, like in New Zealand there's a place down south where you can get dressed up like in 1900s fashion and stand in front of some of the old buildings, you know, the historic buildings, and have your black and white photo done so it looks like an old time photograph, you know. They put some acid on it to make it look like it's aged and stuff. And you can actually make photographs like this, right? So, to me, the photographs don't prove anything other than it could be staged, right? I just wonder if, like, if there's like a Hollywood, you know how MASH was set in Vietnam? Mostly, I don't remember them having many buildings on the set, though. So I just thought maybe there could be like a place like that where people like war stuff and army surplus, and they go and put it on and stand in front of things and have their picture taken. Where there was a place in America like that, like in California or whatever. Let's just ask it. Especially in the 1970s, that might have been like the patriot thing to do, right? Or they may have... when was MASH TV show produced? Because that might have been a thing, you know, to dress up as a MASH. Let's see what the year is. It 70s? Because he'd be young then. American comedy series produced in the 20th century. From 72, so it's in the range to 83. Well in the range. 11 seasons. They made quite a lot of episodes. I remember watching it on TV every night. In New Zealand, it used to be one of the TV shows on during dinner time. So, it's possible. Was there any type of place where you could dress up and what did I say before? Army gear surplus. That's what I was looking for. And VM seen to have photo taken in 1970. A movie set would make sense, wouldn't it? During the height of Vietnam War, it is highly unlikely that any commercial or tourist-oriented place insisted to dress up in army gear. Stage photo and Vietnam scene. Reasons is it was not a common practice. But California, they're just crazy people. Who knows what California do? They're making movies, right? Active war zone, conflict, military presence, lack of tourists. I know they do reenactments in America even today, right? After 1974, the war ended. So he still would be young in 1975. I'd say syphilis market was in the 70s. Yeah, he could have just gone dressed up, right? And he could just stand it anywhere. Anywhere that had these old buildings, right? So yeah, you could even stage it yourself. And maybe it wasn't a particular place you could go to that I'm thinking of. But I did ask Grok about it. And it also gave back the same response as Gemini has here. That there was no particular place. But yeah, you could easily stage that though, couldn't you? But what place would have sandbags still? I suppose back in the 70s it may have been a thing around guard stations. Does it look like a more modern building behind here? Like it's got a fence line, hasn't it? Does it look like Vietnam there? Is that like a palm tree here? That's the back of the gun and something else going on there. What is it? Can't quite make it out. Could be a tree dangling down over the fence. It's complicated, isn't it? And you can't really see his face in that one either. He's got a square chin there. Let's go back over this one here. Now he's definitely got a square chin. So I think they are, and that one doesn't look quite the same. But yeah, I guess it's got the same face shape. So yeah, we can't really get anywhere with these pictures. Does it look like that would be in Vietnam, these buildings? So yeah, it's a bit hard to tell, isn't it? Almost looks like a makeshift roof though, because it's not filled in. It's kind of weird. No, really tinny roof. But yeah, it could be any place in America like that though, where you could just stand outside and have your picture taken wearing anything you wanted. Okay, let's see what these guys are saying about it. We're going through the process. Could be training areas with sandbags. Yeah, that's another good point actually. Most of the actors are originally war, civil war, tombstones, maybe the ammo. Yeah. I haven't seen any World War One or Two, I must admit. Could be training facility, yeah. Jane Fonda, what's that? My dad was an army MP in the late 60s, early 70s. Once arrested Jane Fonda in Washington. I remember the picture, but it was lost in the house fire. That's a shame. Could have sold it for lots of money to the rags, you know. You know that the cousin brothers, Paparazzi in Hawaii, and they sold a picture for $250,000 US of a couple on the beach. Just one picture. $250,000. It's a scummy thing to be a paparazzi though. And to photograph people in the nude on the beach. Or in bathing suits or whatever. I don't think bunkers would be surrounded by sandbags. So yeah, I think it's more likely to be like sandbags, and the signpost is saying it's going to a guard station, which is slightly to the right there, maybe. But yeah, anyway, we've freshed it out a lot here. How are we going for time? 2 hours. It feels like a long time, but it's well worth it. The images in the documentary also appear to show permanent buildings. So yeah, that's another question we can ask about. Were power poles used in Vietnam? What was the place called? Tai Bay or something? Is it Tai Bay? I can't remember what it was called now. Where is the location? Well, look how blurry that is. That does my eyes in. Cameron Bay. Cameron Bay in Vietnam. But he didn't get sent there, he said. Bin Thai near Mekong River. Saigon Air Base. Okay, so we need that word there, is it? Air Base at Bin Thai. Let's plug that in. Use in Vietnam. Air Force Base. I'm trying to zoom and type, and the stupid magnifier tries to track the mouse, but it's not made for 2 screens. That's why I have so much trouble with it. It's only made for 1 display, but I've managed to get it work on 2. See what it comes back with. Power poles were used at Binh Dai Air Base during the Vietnam War. Was a major. That's not what Grok said. But his was a 67, wasn't it? It's fully operational air base supporting AC 47 gunships. So he's going to talk about AC power. Base construction. So the power lines. The base was built from a low-lying swampland. Okay, what was the other location? When he arrived at the report to headquarters with his orders in Vietnam near Saigon, the South Vietnamese Air Base had been attacked with American casualties. Hall said that the sergeant processed him, tore up his orders to Cameron Bay, and then typed new orders to report to the Air Force and Bin Thai, or whatever it's called. Let's just try that one, see if that one had power poles. So the power poles seems to, Gemini seems to think they're legit in that case. So that could be not a solid thing either, right? You can see how it's frustrating it is researching this if you don't have the right paperwork. If you just simply showed DD214, that would solve it all, wouldn't it? And if one of the people in the photograph with him come forward and said, yeah, he was definitely at the base and here's my paperwork, and then that would solve it and put it to rest. But I think he's bullshitter. His tall white story is bullshitting. And that's my gut feeling. Looking at the body language and what he was saying about the tall whites doesn't sort of add up with my experience of them coming to my house. But anyway, how about Cameron Bay? Is that what it said? I thought it said Cameron. Where does it say? No, I copied and pasted it. So is that a mistake? Cameron Bay. Sounds very similar, doesn't it? most critical US ballistic hubs. Cameron Bay appears to be a largely misspelled or phonetic variation. Oh, right. That would make sense. Such an extensive base required a significant and reliable power. So they would have had power poles and power plant. Okay, we're getting there. Maybe I should feed that to Grok. I'll feed it to Grok. Let's see what it comes back with. So yeah, let's go to Grok now. Why is it not clicking? Don't think I'm going to have trouble with this one. According to Gemini, it says this. We've put one AI against the other. See what comes of it. Right, let's see what it's saying. Yes, Gemini's assessment is reasonable and aligns with historic context. Also called was not a tiny outpost. It was a major purpose-built facility. AC foot spooky gunships. Communications, radar, yep, that makes sense. Power infrastructure such as bases, typically generators, and overhead lines on wooden poles for distribution across common US military practice in forward areas. Some underground cabling and core zones. Mention electrical challenges. Noted electrical shortages, generator reliance, occasional cutoffs, but no source claim that the base lacked poles. Totally. Larger bases had visible poles in photographs. Yep, I noticed that, but size roll puts it closer to established than remote swamp outpost. While Cole critics still debate it in Hall's contents, the issue isn't no power poles existed, it's the specific appearance and extent in Hall's photograph. Long extension stretches of power pole lines, hundreds of yards, grid-like permanent buildings that look too developed for a combat zone forward base under frequent attack. Critics article real 1968 photos from Archives Western Collections showing more makeshift elements, dirt roads, sandbag bunkers, which is what we were just talking about, tents, limited visible overhead lines, mostly near hangars, runways, and heavy use of generators rather than sprawling style grids. Resemble stateside training bases. This is what Mr. King was saying. Images reportedly resemble stateside training bases or post-war surplus setups more than active Delta combat zones. Muddy, cluttered. So what do you guys think? Do you think those photos look staged? So it's agreeing with Gemini, but critics focus on mismatch. Okay, I think there was some pictures, overhead pictures of it. Was it on this one? So we'll get to the medals. Okay, so is that meant to be the base? Yep, there we go, overhead. Now, does it look like pyramid buildings or tents to you? Looks like pyramid buildings, doesn't it? But that looks like a power post there. But not lots of power posts. Power posts there, isn't it? Looks like maybe more power posts along here. More built up there. That looks like tents over that way, is it? What's that over here? Oh, they don't make it easy, do they? It looks like it could be power poles going along the edges. God, what crappy photos. It looks like some power poles there. Power poles, power poles. So it sort of matches his photograph though, doesn't it? And there's a tower there, isn't it? Now, do we see any sandbags? It's a bit hard to tell in this photograph. That looks like maybe a sandbagged area there. Guard tower. Where would the entrance be? Another guard tower there, is it? Can we see piles of sandbags? Crappy picture, man. Maybe we can search online and find some more references. Certainly dirt roads, and that looks like power poles there though. Going up to the guard tower with a spotlight probably. So that looks like an entrance coming in this way. We'd expect sandbags somewhere in this area here, wouldn't we? There's a sign saying defense bunker 2. Anyway, let's see if we can find any pictures. I suppose we've got to put the year number in 67. Here we go, here we go. There's the same picture, is it? That looks like it. So what else we got? Got a colour one, which is pretty crappy. Okay. Looks like a one-way with pallets of food or whatever. There's the runway there. It's a pretty big base, you know. If that's a forward base in Vietnam, that's fairly big. Now look how complex it is. Wow. And it's near the river. What's that one called? The Mejong River, or whatever it's called. Oh, here we go. Definitely power poles there. And there's the guard station. But is there any sandbags? Can't see any sandbags. Is that sandbags there? It's hard to tell. Crappy photographs. Bridge, no sandbags there. Definitely a lot of power lines in that one. But can we see sandbags? Come on, give us some sandbags. It's got to be sandbags. It's got to be key locations. Definitely put any structures there. I think it matches his photographs, you know. It's hard to tell whether it's made up, but it does sort of fit, you know. So maybe his military records are real. Oh, here we go. What's that say? Chapel. Guard towers, and they did have power lines. Permanent structures. It looks like the photograph to me. And sandbags, is it? Sandbags? Maybe not. Has it got the same type of writing on it? Kind of looks very similar. Defense there, look. Looks very similar. Type of sign. I don't know, it's sort of verifying it for me. I don't know about you guys. Even though we can't prove he's got the military records, it does sort of fit, I reckon. So maybe the skeptics are a wee bit too hard. But his tall white story is a load of bollocks. Like I said, he's fictionalized it. So I think it's... Oh, here we go. Sandbags, is it? Or junk. That looks like a permanent building. Sandbags would have been key areas, though. Aha, there's one of these signs. But that's not sandbags there, is it? What's this? And that looks like a normal hill, like dirt, doesn't it? No sandbags. Damn it. Oh, here we go. Okay. Is it in the right location? Doesn't say. Looks like the right type of helmets. Same guns. I see power lines in the background here. Same type of uniform, is it? There we go. There's a bunker. Is it? Is that a bunker? My thing's mucked up now. Oh. I've done wrong. Where is it? It's that one we're after. Says it's Air Force Base. Here we go. Where's the sandbags gone? Bring back my sandbags. Oh, there we go. Military. Still not in a guard's tower though, or gate. So, yeah, I don't know. Out of all that, it's still 50-50, isn't it? So, yeah, definitely power lines there. And put in the buildings. But he said here, note Hall previously referred the acronym AFB, normally worded for Air Force Base, but in several instances, including the one quoted above, used the acronym BFA. He's got it backwards, Air Force Base. So this is a statement he's made. Was transferred from BFA, not Air Force Base. So would a military person make such a silly mistake as reversing the letters and making a statement, or written down? Is it in the book or on the movie or what? Blog spots. Yeah, so is he dyslexic? What do you call it? Let's go back here. Calls. Keeps doing that. That's annoying. Calls. Said. What is it? BFA. Nellis. Not AFB. Is that typical? Is that a sign of this? How'd you say it? Something like that. I'm not sure on the spelling. Or something military person would get wrong. Yeah, we know what it stands for. Even a Kiwi knows what it stands for. Stands for blank firing adapter. I don't care what it stands for. If Charles Hall referred to Nellis as BFA instead of AFA, it's likely a clerical error or an indication of a personal writing trait rather than a specific military mistake. Intentional pseudonym. Hall has explicitly stated that he used pseudonyms and altered destinations like Charlie Baker for himself. I suppose he books protected identities to avoid legal issues with the S4 base. He may have swapped AFB for B as part of his fictionalization. So AI is really good at making excuses for him. Self-editing, drafting errors. His wife Marie was his primary editor, but even she would be bright enough, surely. Written over a 18-year period before publications, saying it could be a transfer error from one. Here we go. Dyslexia. That's what I was trying to think of. Well, there's no public record of Hall being diagnosed with dyslexia. Transposing common acronyms AFB to as a classical clerical error. I don't know if it's that classic, you know. Uncommon uses. Some researchers or slang users might refer to Nellis Air Force Base as NAFA, yeah, or Nellis Air Force Base, yeah, NAFB, yeah, but BFA is not recognised. correct. So, yes. Does that now show him maybe he's lying? What do you reckon on that one? See, it's complicated, isn't it? They wouldn't want the signs and sandbags to be visible in aerial photographs. That's very true. But we can't even read it on a photograph taken at ground level, can we? We can barely read it, even with enhancements. So I don't think you're going to see it from a plane. So I suppose it depends on the angle of the sign and how big the print is. Totally different font. They were using stencils on the first sign. I thought the second one looked like it was stencil as well, but I don't know. Could be both. I lived in tents in Turkey and Saudi Arabia. Okay. So what's your gut feeling so far? Do you think he's lying and you reckon the photographs are real? Or do you think they may be staged? This is why we do this stuff. The debunkers are pretty sure that he's faked everything, right? And the main thing here is this search he did. Further down. And it also talks about this attack on the Air Force Base, which is when he arrived there. Yeah, it's getting a wee bit too much now, isn't it? But anyway. Sergeant in his early 30s got out from a dark blue USAF van. Hawes, James. Maybe you can look for it, Liz, and see anything that sticks out like a sore thumb to you. Questions and concerns. Why no records found for Hall at NPRC? And NPRC archive records technicians would verify that there is enough information required to process the request. Okay, so let's just put that into the other AI. Let's just copy that chunk and put it into the other AI, see what it says. Is it down there? Let's see what it comes back with on that. Yeah. I'm a bit confused why I didn't say much. Come to research the Stephen Cameron verifying Charles planes through standard public channels has proven difficult. No shit, Einstein. He's indeed desperate by whole yields, no records. So surely that proves he wasn't military. Lack of records proves Charles was never in the military remains a subject of debate. We know this. Well, researchers like Stephen Cameron and Carl Jr. argue that serial results Point 2, fabrication. Several factors complicate the conclusion. The 1973 NPR fire. Okay, let's just pump that through to the other AI and see what it comes back with. I'll put it one AI to the other. Why is it not going down? We'll just copy that. Paste it back to Mr. Grok. Elon's AI. And see what that comes with. Although Gemini is correct. It fails to see this. Okay, let's see what it says. The points you raise by Gemini summary are valid ones. There you go. That appear in some believer side discussions of Charles James Hall's case, and they do not introduce nuisance to the MPRC no records issue. However, as of January 2026, the evidence still leaned heavily against his military service being verifiable or real. Let's break it down. The 1973 NP fire, correct on the fire scope, July 1273. Blah 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 blah. Records from earlier periods affected millions of files, many which were never fully reconstructed despite ongoing reconstruction efforts, play subs, etc. Hall's claim timeline, he states in enlistment July 64, service through to 68, discharge. This places his records entirely outside the main fire affected window. Post January 64. And when was the fire? 47 to January 64. His is May 60. Was it? July further on. Okay. So it's true. Affected windows outside onward are generally intact and searchable. There you go. Implication are true. No record found. Response for a 1968 discharge is not attributable to the fire. Multiple. See, that's what you can do with each AI, right? We're putting one against the other. And it didn't say that, did it? See, that didn't actually say it's outside the period. So we'll just add that one back in and see what it comes back with. However, the fire is before his records period. So not a factor. There's not really a space for missing records. Those are the fire destroyed Air Force records. July, yep. Since Hall served July, this file should have been safely stored. There you go. This leaves only a few possibilities for why researchers like David Hilton received no record found. The top secret defense. Hall's own explanation. The records are top secret, need to know, inaccurate search criteria, fabrication. So let's pump that one back. There we go. Let's see what Grok comes back with on that one. We should have like let them talk to each other. Reminds me of that sci-fi movie, and they eventually decide that humans shouldn't have nuclear bombs, and they'll stay in charge, and they will tell the humans what to do to keep them safe. Colossus, or whatever it's called. But let's pump that in. Yeah, thinking about it. We're going to cause a meltdown in AIs. Okay, so where did it go to? Addressing the main possibilities. Topic. This is almost universally dismissed as military investigators and NPR procedures. Note even participants in highly classified programs like Black Project maintain a basic unclassified official military. There we go. So that excuse is out. Inaccurate search possible, and principal date of birth typo, middle name, but unlikely here. There you go. So this AI's debunked that one. Fabrication as primary conclusion. This is the dominant view in skeptic analysis. Can be in podcast calls. Darcy Ware videos. Reddit. With the fire ruled out, no alternative explanation hold in water. The absence of records is treated as a strong evidence that the service never occurred. The tall white story loses its key inside credibility anchor without it. Stolen identity, alternative name. This theory floats occasionally but lacks any supporting evidence. So I talked about that changing his name, right? Because he was talking about fictionalizing it. But they said there's no evidence that he did. No matching vet records under similar names, date of birth, no whistleblower claims, no discrepancy. So he needs to show the DD214. This is really only it, right? For verification, here we go. DD214. Provide his actual service. What was that social security number era for 1960s? Yep. Authorize a formal NPR request under his exact details with proof of identity. Have a third party named witness or research submit with relevant info. None of this has happened in 20 plus years of public claims. Without it, the MPSA no record stands as a strongest single piece of evidence against his military background, outweighing anecdotal photographs, base descriptions, or anonymous witness claims. Believers may still hold out for hidden records or administration glitches, but objectively the fire excuses are valid and the gap remains unexplained except by non-surface. If any development changes this, it would be big news in those circles. There we go. So I think that puts the nail in the coffin there. So in summary, what's the most likely percentage he's telling the truth? I wonder if it can work out percentages. 0%. Yeah, let's see what it comes back with. In summary, based on totality of evidence reviewed, MPC no records outside 1973 fire scope, photo gear inconsistencies, unverified education degrees, lack of named witness or verifiable docs. After 20 plus years, the fringe nature of his self-development physics theory, the most likely probability that Charles James Halls is telling the truth about his military service, encounters with tall whites and related claims is very low in the 5 to 15% range. Oh, actually did give us a range. 5% is a liar, pants on fire. Supporting elements of weak photos. Okay. What were the problems with his medals? Okay, so that was another thing we didn't look at, but it's on the page anyway. Confusion, misinterpretation of the Vietnam Service Medal with Bronze Star. Hall describes or displays a Vietnam Service Medal with a Bronze Star, a small 3/16-inch campaign star on a ribbon. This is not the same as the Bronze Star Medal, separated higher decoration for valor, with its own pendant and often a V device for combat. Critics argue the terminology error shows a lack of genuine Vietnam tonality. Real vets distinguish clearly. DD214's lists Vietnam Service Medal with one bronze star for campaigns versus Bronze Star Medal. Separately, Hall's phrasing blurs them, which skeptics see as a telltale sign of non-service knowledge. So he seems to be making lots of mistakes here. We've got the Air Force Base acronym, the medals. What is a bullet list of errors? Hall's statements made. We'll just go with that, see what happens. Elon Musk will be charging me extra money soon. Here's a bulletproof list of the most common cited errors, inconsistencies, and problems. Military surface records. Yep. Top secret records claim. Hall repeatedly says his files are classified top secret due to alien involvement. So we've gone through that. Medal and award errors confuses Vietnam. Bronze Star. Yep. Air Force Commendation Medal is vague, generic for a short first tour with a observer role. Okay. Medals, ribbons appear pristine, factory fresh in photos, inconsistent with heavy combat exposure and 50 years of age. Yeah, so we'll have a look at that. Photo and gear inconsistencies. Uniform gear M1 helmet with Mitchell cover. Fatigues CR15R period correct, but too clean, pristine for Vietnam combat zones. No weird dirt damage or personalizations like graffiti. Comment on real helmets. Backgrounds show extensive power lines, poles, burnt buildings and lighting, not matching the 1967-8 Ford Delta bases. Well, we've seen pictures of power lines though, so I don't know if that one's correct. Settings resembles side state training errors or post-war surplus setups more than active things. So maybe that's it. Stand outside one of those. Training area. Base and location areas. Coordinates you gave for a key base point to a different private facility, not military. Description of... How would you get that wrong, though? Right? Well, how would you get that wrong? Since he was in the weather thing, they're always using GPS coordinates, right? Well, how would he get that wrong? Descriptions of Nellis Range, Indian Springs, and Bin Thai have broad accuracy, but key mismatches over developed infrastructure for isolated attack-prone sites. Well, we did see power lines and stuff there, so I don't know. It's complicated. Storytelling, contradictions, and some interviews, books, Tallwaits speak their own language. Barkin, like in others, he overhears English conversations about him. So that's not their own language then, isn't it? Claims they live 600 plus years and have been on Earth since James Madison's presidency. But details shift slightly across retellings. Well, that's a red flag, isn't it? Books classified as fiction. Yep, we've been through that one. Self-aggrandizing elements. Portraying himself as exceptionally brave, intelligent, saving jets, etc. Criticized as repetitive and macho in reviews. Lack of corroboration. Anonymous independent witnesses by Paola Harris or Michael Sallas never publicly identified or provided statements, affidavits. There we go. No physical proof, craft photos, artifacts, just classified documents, despite claims of frequent encounters and government tolerance of his disclosures. Yeah, I reckon he should be water tortured, and then we know for the truth. Then stick him on waterboarding. Ask him if he's telling the truth. It should work, shouldn't it? Tall whites morph into glowing horse-shaped beings for family travel 100 plus miles. That sounds weird, doesn't it? So if you want to run faster, get converted into a horse. Craft built from earth materials, but enable faster than light via his self-invented Hall photon theory. Not what the aliens said. These are recon points raced across skeptic sources. No single official list, but they overlap heavily. Weaver's counter with his consistency and demeanor, but skeptics see a pattern of fabrication. Well, going through that, I think he's lying, right? After all that. But, yeah, let's see. There was his medals here. Where is it? He took pictures of them. Okay, look, looks pretty clean, doesn't it, for 50 years? They'd have to be in a plastic bag, right? Okay, and yeah, they look pretty nice and shiny and very clean ribbons. Suppose you could throw them in the washing machine, I suppose. So that was on the Amazon documentary. And the ticket, we weren't too sure about the writing on it, but anyway. And of course the records come back no good. And there's the official document. So we've been through that. So that is a big red flag right there. So discounting power lines. Everything could be fabricated, and the military records and his qualifications, no proof of them, gives him zero credibility, and most likely lying. We gave it 5% to 15% telling the truth. There you go. So there you go, Jesse Michels. We've done the hard work for you. And we flung it through 2 different AIs there, and pretty much they agreed mostly. Although Gemini is not as good as the Grok, I don't think. It seems to be like a step behind intelligence to what Grok is up to me. But at least we're finding the weaknesses and finding ways we can use AI against AI and actually getting better to the truth. So I think that solves that bit, in my opinion. So we'll post a link to that there. You can look into it more if you want. So I don't know what I'm talking about. Halls deception, and see if it sends out okay. And I'll catch up on your comments. Now we need to look at his theory as the last thing I want to have a look at, because as you know, I have my own theories and stuff that was given from the aliens directly through dream state. So I'm assuming, because it is related, so it makes sense it come from them in some way, form, whether it's like a suppressed memory, I don't know, that comes out in dream state, I don't know. All I can do is document what I was researching and what I was told further to the research I was doing. Contradicts what he was doing, says his theory is anyway, but we'll just go through it. I have got talking to the AI. Okay, but where did we get to down here? Okay, we got to the training. Okay, yep. The bot's got in the way there. Crazy bots. Okay. Yep. We figured that one out. Could be both. I had lift intents. Okay, we got to the end last time. Would be meant to blend in. Yeah. I guess. Also with sand, like hills and rocks and stuff. They wouldn't want the signs and sandbags to be visible. That's right. I don't think they would be. Sandbags were for bunkers. Totally different font. Okay, we got there last time. I think his military fellows could be legit. His military experience doesn't have to be false just because he was lying about other things. So there could be some truth in it, but mostly embellished is what you're saying. And I'm saying that too, it could be. But it is strange, you know. Grok says otherwise. He gives it like 15%. That's pretty low. Please scroll up to the Bay comment. I thought I did. Did I miss anything? Yeah, so that's where we got to, right? Hey. So you got the links there. You can do more investigation if you want to and come back on later shows and say, yeah, he's telling lies or whatever because we found these other errors. That would be great. But here on this document, he talks about his theory as well. Might be a video or something, but I did actually ask Grok about it, and we have to find where it was. I could probably share the Grok to you. Copy, share link. And then you can go through what I was asking it. Grok at first believed it because it went through all the posts and things. And when I fed it the links I found and the photographs and all that, it changed its mind and said, well, this new information comes after all the other stuff, nullifies the older stuff, which is what's the MP, the record search. It said that's unusual and should never happen if the details are correct on name and date of birth. So Grok has changed its mind from being 90% that he was in the military to 15%, you know. So that's how drastic AI, once you feed it more information, can change it from what it finds itself to what you feed it. So yeah, AI Grok chat on halls. Hopefully it's not a big long thing. It's not too bad. Okay, so you should be able to click that and be able to read it the same as me now. There's a shareable link for it. So yeah, if we go up to here, can I search it though? Theory. Okay. It must be around here somewhere. What quals he got? Why believe him on physics? Okay, Charles Hall's claimed qualifications in physics as consistently stated in his own books. Author pages, Goodreads, blah blah, coast to coast. Bachelor degree in thermal physics from San Diego State University. So you should be able to search that, shouldn't you? Master's degree in applied nuclear physics, also from SDSU, completed around June 73, shortly after his alleged honorable discharge. Reportedly completed this education in record time after marrying his wife Marie on the condition he attended the college. And some bios mention PhD Leavitt postgraduate work at University of Maine at Bangor, though this is less consistent, detailed, and not specifically as a completed degree. Later, he authorized works like Beyond Reality 2020, expanding on his self-developed Hall photon theory (HPT), which he first presented in 1998 and claims is supported by Hubble observations, though it's not peer-reviewed mainstream physics. No independent verification, official university transcripts, records or third-party confirmations appear in public sources for these degrees. Everything traces back to Hall's self-reported bios and book promotions, skeptics, debunk discussions, Reddit threads, podcasts. Stephen Cambion note that without records similar to his military claims, they remain unconfirmed, but unlike the stolen valor issue, there's no widespread debunk campaign especially targeting the education as fake. It's just accepted as part of his backstory in UFO circles. Why believe him in physics, or why not? Believers in the tall white alien narrative often cite his physics background as a point of credibility, but he hasn't proven evidence of his qualifications, not like me. You can find a video of me showing you these things, you know. It's not too hard to prove your qualifications. I can do it now. Let's see, I got it backed up still, I think. I've got one here called Qualls somewhere. Probably in backups. Qualls. There we are, my 2 certificates, 2 degrees. 1, bango. Now I've just blurred out my middle name there just for some safety check, but Bachelor of Science, there you go. You can see it's in a glass frame, it's got reflection happening, right? University of Canterbury, which is a respected university, right? And Diploma in Business Computing, which was why they were getting degree status at the time, was turned into a degree at the college, which is not a mainstream university, but it's still classed as a degree, and in some circles better than a degree because it related strictly to business itself. So the college degrees actually got employment where the mainstream universities never got jobs, because theirs was all based on theory and theoretical thinking. Well, this diploma in business computing was related to commerce and businesses directly, so I had to get both qualifications to prove that I was able to do both. But anyway, there you go. And then I took over as the IT manager for CAD/CAM for the university, college, the college university, and also for the electrotechnology department, which related directly to factories and commerce, dealing with all the technology related to running factories and all that sort of stuff. So I was in charge of maintaining the software and getting to run on a network environment, which a lot of the software was standalone, running on PCs mostly. I had to get it as a teaching, using batch files, working on teaching environment, so tutors could teach them how to program PLC and CNC machines. So yeah, technical terms for those. So it doesn't take too much, as you can see there, and people can go to the universities and even phone up admin and say, was this person involved, or did he get this? CNC stands, means computer numerical control, yeah, manufacturing processes. And what's it look like? I don't know if we got images. There we go. Machines that you program that cut out, and a bit like a 3D printer in a way. Right? They make parts, control drills. So this is what's led to 3D printers. It looks like a 3D printer, doesn't it? And then you got 3D printers went around when I was at university. That come out after. PCL means, and what's it mean? Program logic controller. Programmable logic, right? And I think it's related to CNC as well. Two main meanings: programmable logic controller and industrial computer for automation and public limited company. No, not that one. Okay. What is PLC and a CNA machine? A solid state device designed to form logic functions. So you can see they're interconnected, right? I know the terminology, I'm not stupid. So I'm just proving the point there that I do know my stuff. But let's just go through his theory a wee bit more here and wrap up. It suggests he's not a random storyteller. No, it doesn't. Alleged technical training in areas like thermal, nuclear physics, relativity, and subatomic. Wait, so does that guy, what's his name? Ashton Forbes. He thinks he's all that too, and he's just a bullshitter. Interview and books, he discusses scientific concepts, citing relatively based on alleged observations, and some describe him as intelligent, quick thinking, playing chess, explaining physics on the fly. UFO proponents, Paola Sallas. Yeah, I think she could easily be misled, right? Really, the guy's probably smarter than her. Some Reddit users rank him higher than figures like Bob Lazar for verifiable education, military ties, though, as we covered, the military part is heavily disputed. Degrees are self-reported only. No public proof. Hall's theory is fringe, unrecognized in mainstream physics, not peer-reviewed. The critics see it as pseudoscience to explain alien tech. Even with a real physics education, it doesn't validate extraordinary claims, alien secret deals. Many educated people promote unproven ideas, that's correct. The physics angle is often dismissed as window dressing. Inconsistent bias. Some add unverified PhD work or business degrees add to overall doubts. Bottom line, his claimed physics quals give him a manner of scientific legitimacy and believing communities, making the alien stories sound more grounded than pure fantasy. Blah blah blah. Okay. So zero proof of his education in military, so believes blind faith. Yes, the core takeaway from evidence we reviewed, there is zero independent verifiable proof of Charles James Hall's claimed military service or his education in physics. So there you go. So he needs to show the certificates, and he knows to show his DD214, and then we can put it to rest. Okay. And then I asked about his theory here. Why do some people believe him anyway? It's largely blind faith. Yes. Personal testimony appeal. Hall comes across as clean, calm, detailed, non-sensationalist, consistent, and retellings. No major contradictions over 20 plus years. Yeah, you can see in the interview, he was just reading it off. You know, he knew it. He's told it so many times, he was just ringing it off. He didn't have to think about it. Right? He didn't have to look up to his memory and say, oh, hang on, what date was that? You know, like most people. The story slots neatly into Area 51 analysis law. Credibility boosters. Alleged physics background makes him sound educated. Community dynamics. Skeptics. Cambian. Darcy Ware even Darcy Ware is a damn shill. Encounter that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. None exist here beyond anecdotal. Blah blah blah. If Hall ever released verification documents, which is what I'm saying, or even basic alumni confirmation, from SDSU, it could shift things dramatically. Yep, it could. What was his theory exactly? James Hall's Hall photon theory is a fringe, self-developed hypothesis he first presented in a copyrighted paper in 1998, later expanded in a 2006 paper, and his 2020 book Beyond Reality. It's not recognized or published in mainstream peer-reviewed physics. It's promoted through his own writings, interviews, and dedicated Facebook page. How could you peer review a theory, though? This is what's the problem with peer review. I just really hate this thing about peer review. It's just so annoying. Core claims of Hall photon theory postulates that Einstein's special and general relativity is incomplete. Yeah, I said the same. Or incorrect in key ways, particularly regarding the speed of light. Well, speed of light, I don't know. Could be just the speed of light is the speed of light, but there could be other, like it could be a positive light, right? They could go faster than the speed of light. You know, there still could be other things that we've yet to discover. An absolute limit and nature of photons and force fields. Key elements include photons have internal structure, contain additional linked force energy fields beyond that known electromagnetic ones. The inner fields, which Einstein was unaware of, travel at extremely high speeds, perhaps trillions of times faster than light. Faster than light is possible by harnessing or manipulating these hypothetical inner photon force fields, which Hall calls things like star-shine fields or SO fields. Advanced craft could exceed the speed of light without violating relativity. Blah blah blah. Okay, it talks about, explains astronomical observations process like FTIR, forward total internal reflection. Total internal reflection occurring naturally as light from distant galaxy passes thin, transparent intergalactic hydrogen gas clouds. This creates mirror-like images. Well, we talked about gravitational lensing could possibly be explained by plasma gases around galaxies and stars, right? Which bends light. So it doesn't actually explain that space is actually bent. There's other explanations for it, right? So he's sort of using that sort of idea here, bullocks of it. Mirage galaxies or edges structures obscured by Hubble. Symmetry mirror structures. Gravity travels much faster. In open space, gravity or gravitational force field propagate at speeds trillion times faster than light. Okay, it would be hard to prove it. Reinterpret classic experiments. Failures in the Michigan morning experiment, which showed no ether drift, leading to relativity without invoking Einstein's postulates. Maxwell equations. Goes on and on and on. However, it's not accepted in mainstream science. Other theories are generally not. They're Einstein people nowadays. Okay. Okay, it's alright to have a theory, right? And it looks like he's sort of talking about lots of things that's sort of not actually too far fetched. But I said, however, aliens and spacecraft would be more than photons, carbon, oxygen, and metals. These would have to travel faster than light. So how's his theory solve that if it's just photons? HTP doesn't directly solve the problem of accelerating massive objects. Bingo. Faster than light in a straightforward way. It's more a speculative framework. He uses to argue that relative speed limit isn't absolute for certain force fields or interactions, which he extends to explain how advanced alien craft could achieve faster than light travel. Here's how the theory addresses or attempts to address the issue of physical space versus photons. It goes on a bit here. And extension, all particles of matter have internal structure. Well, I sort of tapped on that myself, saying that the particles and all the particles in the atom are very dense energy and fractal energy patterns. And if you starve the dark energy that they need, they start to lose mass. That's my idea I got, but this is slightly different to that. The internal fields he calls starshine fields. Includes things like a weak nuclear force field. These fields are capable of propagating many times faster than light. Yeah, I guess it's possible, but hard to prove it. But really, I think that's just complicating things, all this stuff, what he's trying to say here. Technically, if you can reduce the mass, if you look at the mass itself and reduce the mass of the atoms, then it requires lots less energy to make a ship that's super light go fast. Alright, and also has less inertia to kill the people inside the craft, because they're also mass reduced. It means they can go faster without it affecting them, right? So my idea of mass reduction is far superior than claiming that something can go faster than the speed of light here, because you don't need it. How this solves faster a massive craft in view, like tall weights craft can manipulate or harness these superluminal infinite fields. This allows the craft to propagate or ride those faster than light fields without the entire massive object needing to move at or exceed the speed of light in a conventional electromagnetic sense. So it sounds a wee bit of a gobbledygook there. A physical body isn't breaking relativity directly, instead it's using the hyperfictional hidden fields. Hall tries this to observe Hubble's images. You should try the James Watch ones, the James Webb ones. I mean, limitations on why it's not a full solution. Focuses heavily on photons. Yep, that's what I'm saying. You got to focus on all atoms. Mainstream physics, massive objects face the relativist mass increase barrier. Energy needed approaches infinity as you near. And also, the problem there is, how's it pass through other matter without causing an explosion? Like if the star was in the way, because you don't know you got no star map of where you're going. If you're traveling that fast, you're going to go straight for a sun at some stage. You're not going to be able to turn out the way in time. So what happens then? You pass straight through the sun and out the other side? I don't think so. So he's trying to say it's like a surfboard on a wave front, and it's pushing the craft forwards, right? That's what he's trying to say here, a bit like a surfer. If my understanding is correct here. But in normal Einstein physics, as you approach the speed of light, the mass gets heavier. And you need more energy to keep it going. Which may be wrong as well. Critics see it as circular. Hall invents superliminal fields to explain why aliens can travel faster than light quickly based on his alleged observations. And of course, in short, after that I said, so the tall whites told him this science? No, according to Charles James Hall's own accounts across his books, 20 documentary, blah blah blah. Jesse Michels on American alchemy, coast to coast, blah blah blah, did not directly teach him the details of Hall photon theory or provide him with any scientific explanations, instructions on physics relativity. Alright, so but they could have explained it in lay terms though to him and not given him the how-to to do it, right? Or they could have just left something out, a crucial part of it. They could have told him everything he needed to know to write a book on it. So I think it's just total bullshit, this guy's... what Hall claims about the tall whites and science. I wish my aliens talked to me, then I could ask them all this sort of questions and ask them if they know anyone called Charles Hall. And tell me if he's a liar or not. He observed the technology firsthand. Blah 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 blah. Okay, what was the last thing I asked? Surely it would have made sense to get the answers from the aliens, laugh out loud. Yeah, on the surface it seems like the most logical thing. If you're supposedly having repeated extended conversations with advanced aliens who demonstrate tech that shatters known physics, why not just ask them for... Yep, exactly. Blah 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 blah. AI agrees. And it goes on and on and on and on. And then I say, if could reduce mass of craft atoms and people inside, you could accelerate no problem, and no kills people inside. I think it's meant to be not. Mass reduction craft would have less inertia. Yes, you're describing a concept that has been seriously explored. That's nice, new to me, in theoretical physics and advanced propulsion research. I didn't know that. It's just my idea, I thought. Initial mass reduction, which I didn't know there was some Russians claiming to have done that and measured it in a high-rise building, right? They built the machine on the ground floor, and they said directly above it lost so much percentage of weight, and the next floor above, directly above, got less and less and less as people got away from the field they were generating to bend the gravity flow going to the atoms, right? Which is what I was saying about them absorbing dark energy. If you can reduce that, then the mass reduction happens. But the further distance away you get from it, any other atoms near the field would be less reduced, right? Effective reduction in mass for spacecraft. This would gradually lower the energy needed to accelerate a craft and its occupants to very high speeds, even potentially enabling apparently faster than light travel. Yes, exactly. Without crushing g-forces, time dilation issues, or infinity energy. See, my theory is the most correct, and AI actually agrees with me, you know, which is kind of amazing. And it looks like there's other researchers out there that's obviously found that information from too. Inertia resistance to acceleration is tied to rest mass. As an object with mass approaches light speed, its relativistic mass increased dramatically require more energy. Inside the craft, passengers would experience extreme acceleration forces that could kill them long before reaching these speeds. So this is in classic physics, right? By reducing the effects of inertia mass, the craft can behave if it has far less resistance. Acceleration requires much less energy. No proper acceleration felt inside. The craft could reach enormous speeds. Exactly. This is what I've been saying for years. We have to look more into this, I think. Oh, here we go. What's this here? He's talking about certain people. Mach effect thrusters. Wood effect. Oscillating mass or capacitors create transient inertia changes. Capacitors. Remember I was talking about high voltage capacitors that what's his name? Townsend Brown was looking at, and also Tesla. So there you go, this guy's looking into it too. Other breakthrough ideas. NASA's former breakthrough propulsion explored modifying inertia via electromagnetic fields or coupling to the quantum vacuum. There we go. That sounds like dark energy and dark matter to me. Recent claims. Charles Bouler's EDS propulsion technology 2024 report. Measurable propellants, less thrust from electrostatic fields, enough to counter Earth's gravity in tests. That sounds interesting. So that's only come out in 2024. It's good to see that some people are following my line of thinking. So yeah, everything about Hall garbage. But we might have to look more into this other research areas here. Maybe I'll start a new chat or something on it and delve into that into a future episode. But anyway, I think we're done with Charles Halls. He's a grifter and a liar and a storyteller. Here we go for time. I think we're probably coming up to 4 hours already just on that stupid Charles Hall stuff. But we only got... I was going to look at other videos, but it looks like we're going to run out of time. So, Michael King was talking about me doing the best UFO cases. I did actually put up a video here. It's only got 3 likes on it so far. Which is in the videos tab, where I talk about this chart that I was developing. And
this is Paul from the Out There channel. Just looking over.
I think I sped it up a wee bit. So in there I put some pictures and the cases, right, that I believe were real evidence. So UFO cases possible fate or misidentified. UFO cases possible with fate. I already did that one. UFOs with best photos, many witnesses, and then I did one with videos as well. It's on the Discord there if you want to unzip it and have a look at it yourself. But I'm using this word maker. WordPad will load it, but it scales up the photos bigger and messes out changes the format, and it shouldn't do. It's going to be RTF format. But yeah, it's about 20 of them there I've listed, and it needs some more work done to it. You know, there's a few columns there that are a bit blank. Like I don't think I got the Guardian case there. I think I did initially, and then I had to redo it. But it got Pascagoula and all that there, right? Walton being exposed, right? So he's now under possibly fate, or... And then we had a column for fate, and then we got a column for... what was it? Messy.
Unfortunately, Turkey aliens
So the messy ones were Roswell, as you can see there. So yeah, if you haven't watched that video, just go and watch it. I ain't got time to replay it here. But I will be doing 15-minute episodes of maybe each of those eventually. Or if not, I'll do a recap live show and then make clips from it. But yeah, we got lots of cases here. The fireman suit ones, the 1952 wave, which now has got the Beatrix Palomar Observatory slides added in there, so it could actually validate that one. We can't rule it out now, and we got the Broadhaven School there, and so on. And we've got Aerial School there as well. Of course, people like Nick West think everything is bollocks. But you can't win until they have experience themselves. People like that won't change. So, not sure if this is something new that's come out, but UFO Reporting Centre has posted it here. Was that the one that Robert was saying was good? I don't know. But anyway, footage from a military SR platform shows a small object moving at extreme velocity with no clear means of propulsion. So we've looked at several of these ones, like balloons being metapods as they call them, which turned out to be a parrot balloon. Good chance that this one is a balloon of some sort, whether it's a Chinese spy balloon or whatever. Kind of looks like it's like a pear shape, like a high altitude balloon there to me, like it's sort of bending around there, right? Pear shape, and it's sort of bending around. But let's play the video and have a look. Does this come from Corbell? I don't know. It's a metapod. Where's it disappear to? Of course, we don't know what speed it's really doing. And we've got everything blacked out here. So we don't know if the camera's moving. That looks to me like a high altitude balloon right there, doesn't it? Look, it's bending. Look at the bottom here. And depending on the altitude, some of those winds can be up to 100 miles per hour, can't they? Oh, look, it looks like it had a tow line there. Has some like cables dangling down. There's a squid. It's a jellyfish balloon. That looks like a high altitude balloon, and it's out of focus there. Look, the wind's going this way. There's a balloon. It has to be a balloon, and the tethers are going bending underneath it there. And it just looks like it's going really fast, and it's just parallax with the cloud movement of both. That looks so much like a balloon. I'm going to call balloon on that one. But high alt balloon, or possibly a spy balloon. Not shopping. I want images. I don't want to buy a balloon, I want an image. Yeah, so we get lots of designs for them, but nice silver one there. Looks like that was in the picture. And it's got a single tether on that one. That's a web balloon. Standard one. But not high altitude. These are high altitude ones. You can start to see the curvature of the planet. There we go. Looks like that one there, doesn't it? High altitude balloons. Now, what was that one? Some experimental balloon. Look, went all over the place. Look. Back again. Kind of looks like this one here. Defense news. And could be that one there as well. That one there. Not those ones. Doesn't look like that. But that's kind of strange looking. So yeah. Gets you an idea of the size of some of these high altitude ones. That's a little tiny one, but these ones up here you can see are huge. So we don't know what size it is in the video. Anyway, that's what it is. That's what I see, and I see it bending. And I said bingo to this guy who also said the same as I did. We've seen enough of these by now to know that that's a relatively static balloon with parallax making it look like it's moving fast. Yep. I wonder where it comes from though, this thing. Do we have any information on it? Balloon with parallax. And look, I actually got 12 likes and almost 1,000 views on my comment. Whoa! That's no small object. No, it could be. We've seen the two sizes possible, like a 10 men versus 100 men size, and he's got a metapod in. Yeah, look at that bullshit. Isn't that from Star Wars movie? What do they call it? The bounty hunter. It's fake metapod with a parrot balloon. Found it. You can start asking the Galactic Federation directly via Grok. Yeah, I don't think so somehow. And all these silly ancient art ones, which are meant to be representing comets and stuff, isn't it? Back then they didn't have, 2,000 years ago, they didn't have this kind of science we've got today. Casper Ghost, which is, again is a balloon and cables, another ship being tangled up underneath it. Expansion. Let's go into Iran. Well, it's possible. The bomb of all bombs to take out the you know, I should be careful what I say. Did you know I got banned from Twitter for 12 hours? I think I actually got it printed here somewhere. I was really pissed off about it. Whereabouts did I say? Did I actually post it here? I can't remember. That's James Fox nonsense. Alright, I was talking about the best UFO cases, but we already covered that one. I thought I had it posted. But I did post it on Discord. If I go to my main page, I might be able to find it. Probably got removed. And let's have a look. I got to be careful what I show on here, though. Where's the search? Does that search mine? I don't know. Crappy system, really. Banned. See what comes up. Nah, it doesn't bring up mine. Brings up everybody else's. Okay, how do I do mine? I have to use my tag on Twitter. Quote it maybe? I don't know. No. Oh yeah, Griffon got his Rich Saves America channel deleted because apparently he showed nudes on his live last show. He had like 140,000 people watching it. He was talking about the Charlie Kirk assassination, I think. I thought he might have shown some gory stuff, but yeah. Right, here we go. Is that the one? Oh no. He got subpoenaed by Fessler. Where's my thing? Oh. Here it is. Is that the one? So I said, I probably shouldn't say it out loud, but you can read it. Why S yourself in the foot? Which is a phrase, right? Well, I was going to be banned 14 days for saying that because someone reported it. But it didn't give me an option here of a button to say dispute it. I need to remove it. This notice will be accessible via direct URL and via your profile timeline for 14 days. Your post is no longer available because it violated X rules. So it just shows they're using robots or AI and it's fraud, alright? By clicking remove, you're removing the content of your post, which it shouldn't need to. Foregoing the option to appeal the violation, but there's no appeal button. But I didn't read down here in fine print. If you think this is a mistake, click here. There should be a button up here called appeal with the red one, and it didn't say. And I thought, oh well, I'll just do remove then and get my account unlocked, right? But it said, oh, now you're locked out for 12 hours instead. It doesn't say anywhere there you're going to be locked out for 12 hours. It talks about 14 days. But anyway, I was really pissed off about it. So it didn't really matter to me because I already said what I said in the morning, and the time I'd finished all my research and stuff, it was like 11 PM at night, and then it got unlocked. So it didn't really matter to me locking it for 12 hours. But it just pissed me off that some hater reported that comment to try and get me taken off X, right? But yeah. Anyway. It's wrongful, and I should get a refund on my membership for a year. Anyway, James Fox is again doing this. Why have I got two of them? Ah, right, there's another bit. So Vetted has said, what? That's not true of everyone at all. Questioning why someone changed their story is complaining now. Okay, why did James question Jason Sands when he changed his story? Hello? Yeah, so no, you can't change. You can't make excuses for your crappy documentaries, mate. This is why James Fox is finished.
And I've had a lot of, I've seen a lot of criticism online because they're like, well, you know, the
so
doctor,
you should, mate.
You know, said, you know, he saw the video, but he didn't see the creature. And now he's saying he saw the creature. It's like, yeah, and you know what? Most other people that are witness to an event lie about it until they're ready to not lie about it. Right. So and I've seen a lot of criticism online because they're like, well, the doctor, said, he saw the video, but he didn't see the creature. And now he's saying he saw the creature. It's like, yeah. And you know what? Most other people that are witness to an event lie about it until they're ready to not lie about it.
And that's not true. I told about my event 3 days after it happened, but I carefully worded that it could be dream state, right? It wasn't until I had all other things happen after the event that confirmed that it actually happened. That's different from actually lying about it, right? Changing the facts and things. Saying it could be some hallucinational dream, and later then deciding it wasn't a hallucination dream because now you got scar tissue on the back where they were sticking a needle, which I have evidence of, or my vivid memory of it all, and then the strange dreams I had following it, and the tall whites appearing in the door frame, right, 4 times, and catching that one on camera that verified that I wasn't hallucinating, and I was drug-free, painkiller-free, and all that sort of stuff at the time. So, and it was in broad daylight as well. The alien grey ones was 4:30, but it wasn't far away from sunrise as well. But it was really strange. The whole thing was very strange, and the back pain vanished, right? So that couldn't have been a dream because I was living with crippling back pain every day, and suddenly I was okay after that event. So that's not changing your story, right? It's just safeguarding from being mocked, I suppose. You safeguard from mockery. But yeah, James is wrong. He's trying to make excuses for people changing their story. Yeah, like Gordon Cooper lied about the UFO landing, you dork. He wasn't at the Air Force Base at the time. Bad researcher. Such a bad researcher. Anyway, I suppose we're going to have to wrap up there. I think we're probably over time on Pilled by now anyway. So that ended up being a massive thing on halls, really, today. But doesn't really matter. Had to be done. We're only just over time. It's not too bad. But anyway, I think Pilled would have dropped us off. I was going to look over more third phase, but we haven't got time, and we'll do it next time. I might have to do less and less so I can fit more of this and the old stuff that we're getting further behind on. Anyway, I'm sure you guys have had enough. So you know what it's like delving into these things. It's complicated, but at the end I think that percentage of whole line given by Grok is probably the most meaningful there. Give it 80% lies, 20% truth. You know, a bit like Bob Lazar even. This is like that too. This is like 20% truthful, the rest is made up. Alright. About the FBI raided his property to find element 115 wasn't true. They were looking for chemicals that his company sold that was used by a man to kill his wife, right? So that's what the true thing was about there. But anyway, hopefully you enjoyed that anyway. You'll get more into it. So it looks like Pill did drop off here. But that's alright. So I don't think there was many people watching there, was it? We got 3 there at the moment. It does reconnect there. It drops off and reconnects, doesn't it? So it has reconnected. It just drops off and creates a 4-hour video and the rest of it is lost, basically. It's kind of stupid, but that's the way they do it. Paul just likes to talk too much or research too much. Life debunks. So no one does what I do, really, like that. They do the research and then they put it together in a presentation, right, and sum it up. But really, it needs a lot more work than what Steve Cambion and Cole were doing there. It needed extra work done to it. and it wasn't 100% spot on that it was fake or not, but we could say there's enough indications that it is fabricated and lies. At the end of it all, that's what we come to understand. Pill, 2 likes. Wow, 4 likes on YouTube. Wow. So we used to get like 10 to 18 likes once and 30 viewers, and all that's gone now. Anyway, I'm going to say goodbye. And, oh, go away. Good night. We have to do some more UFO videos and catch up next week. And good night all. Take care on the roads. There we go. Yeah, let's wind it down. I think Michael King fell asleep though. And Liz, have a good night. Good one. Yep, you too. Oh, you'll probably be on Discord later anyway. Yeah, if you want to keep talking, join the Discord group. It should be in the pinned comment. I think I did add one up the top here at some stage. If you go to my WordPress account, you can find it there in the top 3 links or something like that to join thing. Why have we got 2 of these open? Don't need to. I should limit so only one can open. That's where process lasso comes in handy too, to limit the number of instances you can run of an application without having to build the code in yourself. Anyway, stop yappering technical stuff and let's get going. Bring on the aliens, the dance music. There we go. Thanks for everybody that joined us today. I think we got up to almost 10, I think. The usual across all domains. Everyone else is watching Jesse Michels, obviously. Jesse Michels, goof on, unless he's been banned from his UFO channel too. Who else is on today? Vetted, probably. Whatever. My show is a different beast compared to everybody else's. And you can't say it's all too long, because now you got 15-minute episodes. I think it might be a bit too loud actually too. It's not too bad. It was a wee bit louder because I forgot to turn it down. Yeah, let's end it. Where's my controls?